It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland, April 7th through 28th.
Welcome to Today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette back with you. It's a Grade 1 Friday for a number of reasons. First of all, we got Grade 1 racing, the Maker's Mark Mile, featuring one of the best horses in the world right now, Modern Games, two-time Breeders' Cup winner. Last saw him here at Keeneland winning the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile. But also, it is College Scholarship Day. So hopefully those college students have taken full advantage of that. It takes place until 3 p.m. There's activities until 3 p.m. So we'll have a lot going on this morning. There's a lot of money up for grabs, one of 10 $2,000 scholarships, and then there's also two $10,000 scholarships provided by our good friends at Lane's End Farm. The $2,000 scholarships provided by Keeneland and the Kentucky Thoroughbred Association. So College Scholarship Day, couple of stakes headlined by the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile.
And I already saw people tailgating out here. I was driving in a little later than I should have been. You know me, I'm always running late.
No, Gabby.
People had the Maker's Mark out. They had beer. They had some Rice Krispie treats. I mean,
how close did you get to these people?
I was just driving by. I was curious, what kind of treats they had.
What do you got there? I'll take one of those. Just reaching out from your Bentley SUV.
Unfortunately, I did not get any treats, but
you were running late because you had to steam the hat. That's the reality. So College Scholarship Day, Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile Day, Modern Games, the headliner. We'll talk about that, obviously. But let's go back to yesterday. 9-race card on a perfect Thursday afternoon. And we'll start with Indy again on the Clocker Report, striking. This is why you tune in to Today at Keeneland.
At 5-1. So nice little price there. Indy again for Rusty Arnold. And jockey James Graham waving to the camera as he enters the winner's circle. Quality start with a big-time performance for trainer Paulo Lobo, who could have himself a big day today as he sends out In Love in the Maker's Mark Mile and also Travel Column this afternoon. Impressive performance by Quality Star yesterday.
Crow Girl didn't disappoint. The Keeneland grad, daughter of Curlin, coming in from the West Coast, stretching out 2 turns, making it look easy. Look at those ears. That's a horse that's doing something very easily, and she did it back in race number 7 yesterday. The Keeneland grad, strong quality for Cassie and Giroux, the son of Quality Road. Now 2 for 2 on the turf, kept on rolling on the front end.
Key was speed. This horse looked like the clear-cut lone speed yesterday, and that proved to be the case with Florent Giroux taking the field gate to wire. And now looking at the jockey trainer standings of the meet thus far, Tyler Gaffleone atop the standings with 6 wins. Irad Ortiz Jr. in second with 5. Luis Saez in third with 4. And then trainer Brad Cox atop the standings. Or I shouldn't say atop the standings. He's tied atop the standings with trainer Wesley Ward, who's been killing it with the babies this meet.
And all of his baby wins have come with horses that he owns and bred. You pointed this out.
Iqbal.
2 hoot nannies. Say that a few times quick. 2 hoot nannies and an Iqbal. That'd be the answer to a trivia question.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy what he's managed to do. And the higher-priced 2-year-old won yesterday.
Story for the weekend. We talked about could it rain, weather. Let's find out. Here's WKYT.
Been very fortunate so far with this spring meet with very pleasant weather showing up. What's going to happen out there today? It's still going to be pleasant. Those numbers look absolutely fantastic, but I think we could run into a few showers, thunderstorms at times out there today. It's not a nonstop kind of rain, but you might have to dodge an occasional shower or 2. And it shouldn't saturate the track with an overwhelming amount of rain because I just don't see that happening out there. Temperatures outside the rain likely going to run in the 70s. Under the rain, probably stuck in the 60s. So it all depends on the placement of some of those showers and thunderstorms. But it should be another fantastic day out of Keeneland. Good luck.
Hence the hat.
Yeah, would you got plastic to cover it up? Maybe
no, I'm just going to stay out of the rain. But it's the hair goes crazy when it starts to rain.
What is that made out of anyway? Is that felt? Is that I don't like
know.
Velvet?
Check the tag. We'll check the tag later.
The tag. That's what she says. TJ Maxx.
Actually, I don't know.
All right.
But it doesn't have a specific size, so that means that it wasn't that expensive.
It looks great.
One size fits all.
You don't have to spend a lot of money to look good, and that's the case with the old sombrero this morning. Full card picks. What do we got, Gabby?
Okay, I don't think this has happened in the history of Today at Keeneland. Race 6, we agree.
History.
Yes, race 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We all agree on the same top selection, sometimes even the same top 2, sometimes even the same top 3. What is going on here?
I don't know. Not sure. Shout out to our good friend Michael Joyce, colleague. He's listening to the show. Michael, hopefully you're catching all the great analysis that we have this morning on Today at Keeneland, and hopefully you've downloaded the Keeneland Race Day app, because that's where we've got all of our picks each and every day. Also, give us a follow, Michael, on Keeneland, at Keeneland Racing on Twitter, Facebook as well, on Instagram. I know Mr. Joyce is very active there on Insta. And then FanDuel TV, I know he follows that because they post a lot of his videos at FanDuel TV, and download the FanDuel TV Plus app right now. I was talking to Kurt Becker. We're going to try to get his mom set up with a Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV so he can set it up for her over there in Illinois so she can watch the races.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
I'm sure she would really
serious
enjoy
conversation
it.
I had earlier.
I love it.
Yeah.
It took me a while to get my mom sorted with that whole thing. I still can't even figure it out half the time. So sometimes we just need a little help with technology.
Yeah, we do. How's the computer thing going after you dropped it and crushed it?
Bad.
She dropped her laptop, battery kaput. This is a real story. We're an open book here on Today at Keeneland. Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. That's our feature. Race 9 on the card of 10, and Modern Games 3 to 5 coming in here. Yet another Breeders' Cup winner showing up this spring meet at Keeneland. Caravel, Wonder Wheel, Modern Games. Am I missing?
And Goodnight Olive.
Goodnight Olive. Fourth Breeders' Cup winner to show up here at the spring meet. Gatewood Bell crushing it in the racing department. And let's take a look at this Modern Games horse. If you don't know who he is, you should. He's one of the best in the world, as I've said, and will continue to say through the afternoon. He wouldn't be here if he's not ready to go off of this 5-month layoff for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. William Buick is in town to ride. Obviously, he's not going to let this horse get away from him. And this is what he did in his start in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile. He laid back and he came running at him. Big chestnut, good-looking colt by Dabawi. We covered him at length in the mornings leading up to this race back on the 5th of November of last year. And he ran to looks. He ran to what we'd seen from him in the past. He came into this race on a pretty quick turnaround. They ran him on Champions Day at Ascot in the Queen Elizabeth II Stakes, that Group 1, over soft ground. He gets fast ground to work with here today. He was second in that Group 1 at Ascot. He won the Woodbine Mile, one of the most impressive Woodbine Miles in modern-day history. He was second to Baid in the Sussex Stakes, who was the horse of the year over in the UK last year, and just an absolute monster. So this is a horse that has just, from day one, he's progressed and he's gotten better, and we'll see. He's only 4 years old. He'll make his 14th start. There's a good chance, a better than good chance, that we see a better version of Modern Games at the age of 4 as opposed to the age of 3, because he was 3 when he blew the doors off the Woodbine Mile, Grade 1, and the Grade 1 FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile.
And I thought it was funny. I was reading and listening to some pieces online about Modern Games, and the head traveling lad, Chris Connett, for Charlie Appleby, and he said that this horse just completely changes when he comes to North America. In Europe, I think because of the different surroundings there, it's a little bit more calm and quiet, and he kind of acts that way. But when he comes to the U.S., it's like his game face is on. He knows he's here to do something, and he knows he's here to win. He shipped in, I think, last Thursday. I was reading the Keeneland notes, and definitely take advantage of the Keeneland notes. There's so much information in that. Shipped in last Thursday, used that new quarantine facility at Churchill Downs, then came to Keeneland. He's had plenty of time to acclimate here to Keeneland. He's the horse to beat, Scott. I mean, even if he gets fast paces, slow paces, anywhere in between, his turn of foot is wicked at a mile.
So you've got 1 and 4 underneath. I've got 2 and 5, so we don't see eye to eye there. I'm not surprised, but I just want to go to up to the mark. I think that he's a horse. Maybe he's not quite a ready for primetime player just yet, but he's on that ascension. Truthfully, he's run against Allowance Company down at Coldstream Park. The way that he's won has been ultra impressive. And I always say this: if you like a horse and you think that he's a stakes winner, stakes type horse, Grade 1 winner, whatever it is, you've got to strike before they get to that point as far as the odds are concerned, because today might be a day. As much as I like Modern Games, this horse up to the mark has never faced a horse like Modern Games. He's never had to run as fast as he's going to have to today, but he might have it in him. There's a possibility he could have that kind of class up to the mark. So That's my mindset with him. You've got the 1 underneath. Just quickly, what do you like about Speaking Scout?
Speaking Scout, let's go back to the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby. This horse was getting better as the year progressed in his 3-year-old season. He couldn't quite win the Twilight Derby at Santa Anita, but he came back in a big way in the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby at 1 1/8 miles. It's still a question of how good he's going to be at the mile, but I loved the progression that he showed last year. And then early this year in the Pegasus World Cup Turf Invitational, he wound up finishing 3rd against Atone and Ivar. He was 24-1 in that race, and that was the first time that he faced older company, as he was 4 last year, 3 facing straight 3-year-olds. I just think the trajectory of this horse, he's going to continue to improve. Again, the biggest concern for me is the mile. I think he might even be better at 1 1/8 miles or further, but Speaking Scout's going to be the second pick for me, and then Emmanuel. I still think there is a massive gap between a horse like Emmanuel. I mean, I know a lot of people are high on him, and rightly so. He's been in very good form, but he won a Grade 3. Modern Games has been dominating in Grade 1s. There's a massive gap to fill there.
Yeah, it's a canyon. It really is. Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile featured event race number 9. For more on today's Grade 1, here's Tom Leach.
Tyler Gaffleon will be aboard Dr. Zev in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Tell me about that last race, his U.S. debut down in Florida.
It was very impressive. There was quite a bit of speed that day, so we decided to sit. He's got a lot of natural speed to him. He got a little strong on me, but as soon as the spot opened up, he really finished the job well.
So good turn of foot?
Most definitely.
What did Chad tell you about it before the race?
He was coming out of shorter distances. Being the first time in the States, he was worried about him breaking and getting a little keen, but like I said, we had enough pace in front of us the other day and made up for the start, and he just traveled really good. I was very impressed. His mindset, everything, the gallop out was strong, so I don't see this being a problem for him.
Feel that there's a good bit of improvement left off that performance?
Oh, you would have to think so. That being his first start in the States and coming off a bit of a layoff, that should really just tune him up for this week.
One more I'll ask you about verifying. Great run with him in the Toyota Bluegrass last weekend. How do you feel about his ability to stretch out to the 1 1/4 miles?
I was thrilled with his performance. We got run down by a very nice horse, but we battled it out down the stretch. My horse didn't really give him much. I was very proud of him, and hopefully we can rebound in the Derby.
Good luck.
Thanks so much.
Tyler Gaffleon. Keep an eye on Dr. Zev for the Maker's Mark Mile.
All right, our co-feature on the afternoon, the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. Let's not forget that one. $250,000 is going to be up for grabs for the 3-year-old fillies. Big Scratch Dance Macabre on the outside, withdrawn from this race. Was looking forward to seeing this filly come here to Keeneland for NBS and Elements Racing, but I'm sure we'll see her in the not-too-distant future. Love Reigns is the 7-2 morning line favorite. This is a filly that ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, couldn't hang with the European Invader, and she was well beaten that day, but she's a stakes winner in her own right. She won the Bolton Landing at Saratoga. Hey, we're on camera. And she was 4th in the Queen Mary Stakes at Royal Ascot, and she won on debut here at Keeneland. So I respect her. There's no question about it. I go to the 6-horse.
This race is impossible,
It
Scott.
is impossible. Thank you. Thank you.
I can't believe we landed on the same horse, but let's hear it.
It's the setup, right? There is so much speed in this race that Just a Care should kick it in late. And Rusty Arnold, he's one of the best that's ever done it here at Keeneland Racecourse as far as most wins. And we'll take you back to Just a Care's most recent run, where she wasn't all that quick away from the starting gate, Just a Care, but was able to end up finishing second. There she is, post position number 4. Right here, they squeeze her. She loses position, but then ends up rallying to finish second in here to Sassy Nature, one of the horses that she'll be competing against, the Calbred, a California-bred filly who draws post position number 1. So this was a valiant effort. And when you've got the speed that Sassy Nature has, that she was able to get out in front of her after that start for the 6, and Just a Care, you can see her running on right there late in stretch in the Ashbrook Silks. I think that everything comes together for her. Also, that was a 5-furlong race. It's an extra half furlong here today, 5.5 furlongs in the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. So Just a Care for Rusty Arnold, Ashbrook, Matthew O'Connor, and others in that situation with Javier Castellano. Sassy Nature, the speed is legit. There's no question about it. It's just a matter of the pressure that she's going to end up taking, I think, and being down on the inside as well. And then Love Reigns playing a home game here for Wesley Ward and Stone Street Stable. 6-1-3 in the FanDuel Limestone for me.
I had a tough time with this race. Just to Care, the reason why I picked her, not only the setup today, but the trouble that we showed last time out. You can't get into any type of trouble at 5 furlongs on the turf at Gulfstream Park. And the difference in trip between she and Sassy Nature was on the lead, had a perfect trip, saved ground throughout. Just to Care had that brutal trip and still managed to close ground and finish second. That's how I saw it. I thought it was a strong race, the Melody of Colors, but it's not going to take a lot to convince me on any other horse in here. The 3, Love Reigns, you mentioned. She obviously has a shot. She didn't show up in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, but she did in the start prior to that. Very impressive in the Bolton Landing. She clearly has talent. It just didn't come together for her in the Breeders' Cup. One horse that I think you might want to pay attention to is the 2, My Sweet Affair. She's not in my top 3. I'm definitely using her on all of my tickets. This is one of those horses that, yes, what you mentioned with the Todd horse in the Maker's Mark Mile. Mm-hmm. She might not be there yet, but if she is today, you'll probably get a decent price. This filly had a wide trip. She had no business winning that first race. She won it easily. She did it as the favorite. She clearly has a lot of talent. She gets Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. She was one that I'm definitely using if you get a little bit of a price, but it's this race wide open.
Love the Twirling Candies, too. On turf, on dirt, that's who she's by. My Sweet Affair, FanDuel Limestone Stakes. It's a cracker, as they say, over in Europe. Let's go to our home field advantage segment here on Today at Keeneland. Race number 6, first level allowance condition, mile and a 16th, first wire finish. And the number 5 horse, Inventing, for the Rapoli Stable and Woodford Racing, bred by Mount Brilliant Broodmares here in Kentucky. Inventing 1 for 1 at Keeneland. Very well-bred filly by Union Rags out of the stakes-winning mare Una McCool, that daughter of Giants Causeway. She a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2020, $390,000. And so we'll see how she takes advantage of this first wire finish. I think it's a big plus for her coming out of that one-turn mile event at Gulfstream, and she took advantage of it in that race we showed you back from October of last year, midway through the fall meet. So Inventing, getting the home field advantage today in race number 6. She's the number 5 filly for T. Pletch. Clocker reports they had a good day yesterday.
They did. They usually do.
Bourbon Resolve, race number 10, 10th and final. So if you're playing the late pick 5, late pick 4, pick 6, Toyota Super High 5.
The Clockers, you, me, we all like this horse.
That's right. Bourbon Resolve. There's a lot to like about this horse. Working well. Maintenance Breeze, second at Gulfstream to the horse that ran second in the Florida Derby. That's Mage. And then trainer brought them ready to run. Not only ran into Mage in that most recent run, the debut caught a pretty solid little horse named Shesterkin as well. So Bourbon Resolve, probably going to be a short price, though, isn't he? I mean, not that it's... You got to take odds when you think a horse is going to win.
He can't be too short because Toshibwe's in there for Todd.
Can I correct you so that people don't jump on you?
I know it's the UK. Shibwe. Sorry. This is a bad place to mispronounce that name.
He's coming back again next year. I don't know if you heard that. Yeah.
Okay. And Pursuit of Power is also in there, who I think will take some play. So he might be the favorite, but I don't think he'll be a short price favorite.
Okay. All right. We'll see. Pick 3, turf pick 3, 2, 3, and 10. This starts with race number 5 today. $3 minimum wager. Make sure you ask for it by name. Also, if you're playing on the self-service terminals, it's its own event. Just a reminder there. 2, 3, and 10 with Mademoiselle Jockey Safine in that 5th race. Make it Luis Saez. William Buick does not ride Safine in race number 5, but he's obviously going to be riding Modern Games in the Maker's Mile. And then Mally Moo for Jack Sisterson out of that Here Comes the Bride should get some class relief. 1, 3, 6 in race number 7. And then I've got Modern Games, but I'm also going to use the 2 just in case, because if I singled the 7 and the 2 jumped up and sprung the upset, I don't know that I'd be able to carry on for the rest of the weekend. And I don't think that you would be able to either without me. So I'm doing this for you as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Race 7 kicks off the late pick 4. I told you I thought the limestone was impossible, so I went all. And then I singled Travel Column, who I love. Talked to Paulo Lobo yesterday. He loves her. Going all in. And then 9th race, of course, Maker's Mark Mile, singling Modern Games, 3, 8, 10 in the finale. $16.50 for the sequence. Hopefully we get a price in the first leg, as if not, I don't know that it's going to pay much.
You could punch out a couple times if you wanted to as well, right? Just keep on going until that finger turns red.
Just keep clicking.
Keeneland Sales Grad Spotlight, race number 10. We head back in that direction to the nightcap, and we're taking a look at hip number 679. Wade Cunningham, he's just a stunning young man, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Selling hip number 679. It's Pursuit of Power, the number 3 horse for Steve Asmussen and Cortland Farms. $875,000 yearling graduate here at the September sales. By Gunrunner out of the Smart Strike First Stam Distorted Lies. Smart Strike's such an impactful broodmare sire for so long. So Pursuit of Power, Keeneland, Sales Grad, Spotlight, $875,000 yearling, making start 2 of his career. We're going to get after our best angles now. Hey, why not stay in race number 10? We've just been hanging there all morning. Here's another look at the field. Scratch the outside 2. Bourbon Resolve 5-2 on the morning line. That's the number 8 horse that we've talked about, and we're going to show you some video as well. I'm going to do a daily double, and it starts with race number 9. Late daily double starts with race number 9, ends with race number 10, obviously. Modern games to this horse, and just making it straight, taking any aspect out of it to think that these are the 2 best horses, and keep thinking they're the 2 best horses, and go on with it. And here is Bourbon Resolve running second to Mage, who was a bit of an upset on this afternoon as well. Surprised some folks, the son of Practical Joke. But nonetheless, we talked about the competition that he has kept in his 2 starts, beaten by Shesterkin, beaten by Mage in this race here today. And I think that this is going to go a long way for him versus a group like this. Hey, maybe there is a horse that can step up and run a big race, but I think one of the nice things about this spring meet is that, especially with the 3-year-olds, you kind of see them, I don't want to say they're fully sorted out, but in instances like this, in maiden races, allowance races, a lot of times they're catching these higher level horses. So it's useful information to have and handicap with when trying to figure out, who's ready to break their maiden versus, a horse like Mage, who's gone on and done big things, grade 1 place now, and things of that nature. I think that's one of the things that you have to keep in mind with these 3-year-old races, especially on the dirt at Keeneland Racecourse in the spring.
Well, we talked a lot about that 10th race, and I agree with you, so I have nothing more to add to the finale. So I'm going to take us a little bit earlier in the card to the 8th race. It's a $100,000 level allowance race, optional claiming race. 6.5 furlongs on the dirt. Scratch the 3, My Destiny, who I liked a little bit, but Chi-Town Lady is going to be the favorite at 9-5. Travel Column at 3-1 for trainer Paulo Lobo. And this is going to be my best angle of the day. I just really, really like her. I've been excited to see her back at the races today. Finally, we get the opportunity. I think she's a very, very nice horse. I mean, going back, she won the Fairgrounds Oaks. She was second in the Rachel Alexandra. She won the Goldenrod. She had incredible form as a 3-year-old. She even wound up finishing 5th in the Kentucky Oaks against Malathot. I don't know. I even asked Paulo yesterday, do you think she's better sprinting? Do you think she's better going long? And he simply said, I think she's good doing both. I think she can do both. And I would tend to agree with him. She hasn't proven either way that she's better sprinting or routing, but she does find herself in the 6.5 furlong sprint today. This was her race off of that lengthy layoff from June of 2001 to June of 2002. She came back in a 3 other than allowance race at Churchill Downs, and she absolutely romped. Now, it wasn't the toughest field, but she did it with such ease. It would give the Connections confidence to take on Grade 1 Company and the Ballerina going 7/8, where she had to run into Goodnight Olive, then Nest, and the Grade 2 Beldame.
Those are some monsters.
You're talking about horses that are just at a completely different level. So I like her a lot today. I'm going to key her overall in the exacta. Maybe we can get rid of the 9 Chi-Town Lady and get a little bit of a price underneath. I do like Wesley's horse, but maybe a horse like Novel Squall could hit the board for Johnny Ortiz, who comes out of the carousel last time out. I just think she's going to be the best today, and that's why I single her. That's why I key her on top in the exacta.
Chi-Town Lady Grade 1 winner, test winner at Saratoga last year. Do keep that in mind. Tom Leach, long shot pick of the day. Let's hear it.
Longshot play on the Friday card comes in the last race. We'll try to get out with number 2 fighting ready for Dallas Stewart. 4 two-turn races on this horse's resume, some trouble trips, and a huge rider upgrade to Flavian Pratt on number 2 fighting ready.
She balked at what we were betting on yesterday, but she ultimately wins. That's normally how it plays out. You play the rope-a-dope, sort of Muhammad Ali thing with me.
I always have some sort of
Or was that Foreman who did rope-a-dope? I don't
strategy.
know. I think it was that fight. George Foreman, you've heard of him.
I have
He
heard
did
of
more than
George
make grills. I don't know if you know that. Side bet of the day for these beautiful Tervis tumblers. Is that what they're called? Yes,
Yeah.
tumblers. There they are.
Have you ever heard of it? It's called a tumbler.
Yes, now I have. Where's your That thing's bigger than... Bring your tumbler over here.
This isn't a tumbler.
She calls it the Stanley Cup.
We have to stay
it's as big
hydrated
as the Stanley
here.
Cup.
Okay, so on the paper, suggestion, Exactabox's top 3 picks, highest total payout, because we agree a lot today. We could do that or take the top 3 jockeys and pick the one that you want today. I wrote them down here.
No, because I know you hustle me all the time. There's some hustle going on here. So Exactabox top 3 picks. That's what we're doing.
How is that a hustle?
I don't
It
know.
is like-
I don't trust you. I really don't when it comes to these things.
Okay.
Listen, your father and my father were the same way, okay? And you've got... Listen, Gabby, I know exactly what you're
I
doing.
did do a little research.
See?
I have someone in mind, and
I know you
but
do.
you could pick them, and then it's
Sure.
fair. It's fair at the end of the day, but
No.
we will do what you want to
Exactabox
do.
top 3 picks.
We'll do the Exactabox.
I know
top 3
better
picks.
than to go. You handicap. Let's see the
I'm gonna
label. Can
lure
I
you in.
touch this thing?
No.
Is it pinned in, or what do we got going on?
But I have hat hair.
No, you don't.
That is not hat. Hat hair?
It's got a label. I was going to try to tell the ladies out there because they're going to want to buy this hat now. ASN Los
It was
Angeles.
made in Los Angeles.
You'll be getting calls on Instagram and things. You'll be modeling these hats before you know it. College Scholarship Day, enjoy it. Also, Maker's Mark Day. If you're going to be shopping in the gift shop, we know many of you will. If you spend $75 or more, you're going to get a free Maker's Mark Mile commemorative glass. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy
luck.
today at Keeneland.
In this industry, timing is everything. Every moment counts. And this moment is yours to seize. Sell a hot runner. Find your next winner. Strengthen your stable. Sunday, April 30th at Keeneland, following the spring race meet. The April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, a sales event to kick off Kentucky Derby week at the World's Marketplace.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September. New Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland, April 7th through 28th.
Keeneland welcomes Pause and Listen to the paddock. Pause and Listen is an all-female ensemble audition from within the University of Kentucky Women's Choir. They sing pop a cappella music and are wonderful ambassadors for the university, performing regularly in concerts on and off campus and for various functions in the community. First, Pause and Listen presents our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
On my old Kentucky home, 'tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops rise and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times come a-knocking at the door, then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away, away. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Bobby Powell from programs as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Bobby.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf listed firm, rail at 0 feet, full width of the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race. First of the day is rolling doubles and pick threes. Also, the early pick 5 all get underway in that first event, and there are no changes in race 1. Second race is where the early pick 4 begins. In that second race, scratch the 4 Bourbon Fever and scratch the 11 With Purpose. That's in the second race. Scratch the 4 Bourbon Fever and the 11 With Purpose. Third race, scratch the 2 Golden Dagger. That's in the third race. Scratch the 2 Golden Dagger. Fourth race, overweight, the 11 Navy Cross, the jockey 2 pounds over. That's the fourth race, the 11 Navy Cross, the jockey 2 pounds over. Race 5, start of the pick 6 with no carryover. Also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In that fifth race, scratch number 5, Esawera. Also scratch number 9, Clever Joke. Also scratch the 14, Venencia, 15, Be My Sunshine, and 16, Jenny Lind. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 5, Esawera. Also scratch the 9, Clever Joke. Also scratch 14, Venencia, 15, Be My Sunshine, and 16, Jenny Lind. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, All-American Beauty, draws into the race. There's also a jockey change in race 5. That'll be on number 3, Safine. Make the jockey Luis Saez. Number 3, Safine, the jockey Luis Saez. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5, no changes in race 6. Seventh race, the FanDuel Limestone, start of the late pick 4, scratch the 12, Dance Macabre. That's the seventh race, scratch the 12, Dance Macabre. Eighth race, scratch number 3, My Destiny. That's the eighth race, scratch the 3, My Destiny. Ninth race, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, no changes. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles, 13 and 14. They did not draw into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Friday to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us here on course and from around the world, we look forward to this Grade 1 Friday, Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, featuring one of the best in the game right now, no pun intended, Modern Games, the two-time Breeders' Cup winner.
And he was named champion of last year. This is one of the several champions that we have seen come back to Keeneland and return to the races. And simply put, his Breeders' Cup win was sensational. His Woodbine Mile win was sensational. Every time he shows up in the States, he always puts on a show. Yeah, he is traveled well and done very well with those opportunities. We'll take a look at that in a moment. Also a reminder, it is College Scholarship Day. Special events today, as college students will have an opportunity for one of 10 $2,000 scholarships presented by Keeneland and the Kentucky Thoroughbred Association, as well as one of 2 $10,000 scholarships. That is thanks to our good friends at Lanes End Farm. So a lot of money on the line for the college students today. It's College Scholarship Day, Maker's Mark Day on this 10-race card. Let's take a look at that field for the Grade 1 35th running of the Maker's Mark Mile. And Modern Games, odds on 3-5. No surprise with that installment as far as the morning line. And he should be around that, maybe even shorter come post time. He might even be shorter than that. Emmanuel is your second choice at 4-1 on the morning line for trainer Todd Pletcher. He comes into the race off of back-to-back Grade 3 victories. Todd Pletcher also sending out the number 2 up to the mark, who's going to be a bigger price, Scott, but He has been very impressive, undefeated on the turf in 2 starts. This is a big step, but that's kind of the case for everybody that's going against modern games today.
Post time for the Maker's Mark Mile, Grade 1, 5:16 Eastern Time. Just about an hour prior to that is the co-feature, the 4th running of the FanDuel Limestone Stakes, listed stakes action, $250,000. Scratch Dance Macabre on the outside. Love Reigns, 7-2, making her first start since the Breeders' Cup at the age of 2.
This race is very, very tough. I really think any filly in this race could win. The 3, Love Reigns, though, is now your favorite with the scratch of the morning line favorite. This filly sent out by Wesley Ward. A couple stalls to her outside, Just a Care. I think she has a big shot after a troubled trip last time out for Rusty Arnold. And Sassy Nature comes out of the same race last time out in the Melody of Colors.
Race number 1 will be coming up shortly, but that's a look at the featured events here today at Keeneland. Race number 1, maiden special weight event, 3 and up. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs. Begins the early pick 5 here this afternoon at Keeneland. And the 8 is where we begin the conversation. The 8-5 current favorite right now. This number 8 runner for Gary and Mary West, Global Stage for Brad Cox. A solid debut at Oaklawn Park, win with John Ortiz. Moves up here to Keeneland with Brad Cox. And if can improve or even replicate that debut effort, should be awfully tough in here with Flavian Pratt in the saddle.
Yes, that was a very impressive debut performance. Gary Mary West owned this horse first time out when he was trained by Johnny Ortiz. Now goes to Brad Cox for the second start, who has started things off in very good form. The only concern for me, and this is why I picked against him, Scott, the winner, Royal King, posted a very flashy buyer speed figure that day and that day only. There have been horses that ran before that race and ran after that race, and they really went south in terms of their figures. So I almost think it was a little bit of an aberration. And if this horse comes down off that 87 buyer speed figure, then anybody could win this race.
So you're going to the 2 as the top selection. Sweet Cherry Pie, BBN Racing, Big Blue Nation Racing. They've had a nice meet already with Mo Stash, giving them a graded stakes success on the opening weekend. They've also had good success with Sons and Daughters of Twirling Candy, because remember Concrete Rose, that multiple Grade 1 winner? She was a daughter of Twirling Candy. So they like to keep it in the family. That's how they came up with Mo Stash, the half-brother to Hidden Stash, finding him at the sale. And this colt adds blinkers here today after being a little sluggish away from the starting gate.
Yes, and he was just green throughout in his first race. That was going 7 furlongs, but he looked like he got a lot out of it as he cuts back in distance to the 6 furlongs today. He ran well. It was a 10-horse field. He wound up finishing 4th at almost 40-1, and he was beaten by a horse that finished 2nd in there, Let It Ride, who came back to win a maiden special weight at Aqueduct, posting an 84 buyer speed figure. That's the thing. I think some horses have come out of the race that the favorite ran in and regressed, and whereas Sweet Cherry Pie, some of the horses went on to improve in their figures. So that leads me to believe that this horse can improve big time in a second start.
And then we come to Cape Trafalgar, a horse that we've seen plenty of, and expectations have always been high with this horse, but expectations have cooled a bit. He's 5-2 right now as players are looking elsewhere after this horse has been the beaten favorite in each of his last 3 starts. He's found himself in spots against some solid company, there's no question. He runs good races. He's kind of one of those horses that, you know, you want to go back, but do you want to go back and place your money on him? What's going to be the difference to get him over the hump and get him into the winner's circle? The one thing I will say, Irad jumps back aboard here today. Irad rode him in his only race at Keeneland, or his first race, I should say, at Keeneland, the son of Lord Nelson. and he was third behind F5 in that start last time out. F5 was the horse that ran a giant race moving over to the turf course back on Wednesday here at Keeneland. So that has to be viewed as a live race November 19th. But like I said before, he's one of these horses that what's it going to take to get him into the winner's circle?
And I don't think this is an easy field today, Scott. There are a couple of really nice horses. We didn't even mention the 6 Nasty Habit, who's a half-brother, full brother to Ray's Kane, who won the Gotham. Cape Trafalgar, when's he going to find the right field? Today might be the day, and if you've liked him for all of those previous races, today's probably the day to bet him because he's not going to go off as the favorite. You'll get a better price.
But we play games with our own selves when it comes to talking to ourselves and handicapping. Can you do it again? Will you go back again? But you're right, 5-2. It's not been something that you've been presented with the Cape Trafalgar's recent races, as he was odds on most recently in the fall of last year. 14 minutes to post. Race number 1, the first of 10 on College Scholarship / Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile Day. Enjoy.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Oak Hill Farm, maiden special weight 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Main track fast, turf listed firm, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. No changes in the first race. 8 minutes to post.
Six minutes to post, race number 1 here at Keeneland, first of 10 on a perfect afternoon weather-wise thus far here in the Lexington area. There's the number 1 horse, Forever Cool for Dallas Stewart's. He also bred and owns this son of Tale of Akati. This is a colt that debuted, wasn't all that quick away from the starting gate, finds himself in post position number 1, but it's an interesting move that Dallas opts to sprint him yet again. There must be something there, and you can never ignore Dallas Stewart horses at big prices. Forever Cool, keep an eye on him at a big number, 35-1, second longest shot in this field. Let's go to the 5-horse Cape Trafalgar. He's feeling good. He was coming through the tunnel, did so in post-sprade. You can see him in the warm-up as well. He looks phenomenal. I'll admit, I can't recall exactly what he compares to last year when we saw him at Keeneland back in 2022 of April and also in the fall meet. But he couldn't look better right now. 5-2 on the board, getting dismissed just a touch off of what we had seen from him wagering-wise in the win pools, where he was heavy favorites in his last few starts. But he looks lovely out there, the son of Lord Nelson for Peachtree Stable. And then the number 6 horse, Nasty Habit, a first-time starter for Spendthrift Farm. Colt by Violence, Lemon Drop Kid Mare. This is the older full brother to the Gotham winner from earlier this year, Raise Cane. It's not often that you can say that when you've got a first-time starter, but they've had to be patient with this son of Violence, the full brother to Raise Cane, who was 5th in the Toyota Bluegrass. He looks nice out there. He's 7-1 on the board right now. Patience, like I mentioned, has been key. Bill Mott going to Junior Alvarado, quite a team there. So want to consider with that pedigree and showing up here at Keeneland for this debut. But there's the favorite who's drawn to the far outside. Global Stage for Gary and Mary West and Brad Cox, coming off of a solid debut down at Oaklawn. Can he back it up? We'll find out in less than 4 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Oak Hill Farm, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Cape Trafalgar and Nasty Habit come right out to vie for the early lead. Global Stage to join them up on the outside, and Sweet Cherry Pie kicks in down toward the rail. Cape Trafalgar, a lane off the rail, has the lead a half length. Sweet Cherry Pie up the inside to second. Nasty Habit is third, and then Global Stage, center of the track, in fourth. Less than a length off the lead as well as they head for the turn. Forever Cool back toward the inside is in fifth. Broken Hearted sixth. Isitude is in seventh position. Redemption Time now moves up one spot from last, 22.69 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Sweet Cherry Pie has the lead. Cape Trafalgar second. These two matching strides around the far turn. Global Stage a length off the front pair now. In third, just over a quarter mile to go. Then a gap of 6. Nasty Habit has lost contact with that front trio. They turn for home. Here is Global Stage from the outside coming after Sweet Cherry Pie, and Cape Trafalgar fighting on, but third in between that pair. Sweet Cherry Pie narrow lead. Global Stage takes aim again at the outside. They've moved by the 8th pole. They continue their tussle. Sweet Cherry Pie in front, a length and a half, 16th to go. Global Stage second. Sweet Cherry Pie, Luis Saez by 2. It is Sweet Cherry Pie to take the opener. Global Stage was home second. Cape Trafalgar across the line in third, and Nasty Habit held for fourth.
Sweet Cherry Pie able to keep on going as he jumps in front by a couple of lengths at this point in time, and the favorite's trying to get to him, but the son of twirling candy, that stallion that's been so good to BBN Racing, this time Sweet Cherry Pie pulling off the win with blinkers on for Rusty Arnold.
Rusty saying that he was a little bit green in his first start, hence why they put the blinkers on him here today. Well, he was totally professional this afternoon and really showcasing the talent that he has and drawing away from the field in today's opener. 2.85 across the finish line.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 2, Sweet Cherry Pie was first. 8, Global Stage was second. 5, Cape Trafalgar third. 6, Nasty Habit fourth. 2, 8, 5, 6, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the Oak Hill Farm, the unofficial winner, number 2, Sweet Cherry Pie, owned by BBN Racing, LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Rusty Arnold. Luis Saez, the jockey, and the results are now official. Sweet Cherry Pie, a 3-year-old son of Twirling Candy, out of Sweet Cat by Kitten's Joy, bred in Kentucky by Theta Holding One Incorporated. The Keeneland September sales graduate gets 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 9.94 seconds. 2-8-5-6, the official results for Keeneland's first. In the winner's circle, the Oak Hill Farm trophy presentation to the connections of Sweet Cherry Pie. Keeneland's second race upcoming. This will start the early pick 4, doubled and pick 3 wagering also featured. Main track is fast, the turf firm today. In race 2, scratch the 4, Bourbon Fever, and scratch the 11 with purpose. Scratch the 4, Bourbon Fever, and 11 with purpose. Looking ahead, third race, scratch the 2, Golden Dagger. Third race, scratch the 2, Golden Dagger. Fourth race, overweight, the 11, Navy Cross, the jockey 2 pounds over. Fourth race, 11, Navy Cross, the jockey 2 pounds over. Race 5, scratch number 5, Esowera. Also scratch the 9, Clever Joke. Also scratch 14, Venencia, 15, Be My Sunshine, and 16, Jenny Lind. That's in race 5. Scratch number 5, Esowera. Also scratch the 9, Clever Joke. And scratch 14, Venencia, 15, Be My Sunshine, and 16, Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13, All-American Beauty, will run. Jockey change 3, Safine, Luis Saez. Race 5, number 3, Safine, jockey Luis Saez.
20 minutes before race number 2 here at Keeneland Racecourse, and this second race, a maiden $50,000 claimer. Rivoli is the horse that we'll start with at odds of 9-1 right now. This is an Ethan West colt by Classic Empire for a thorough crowd. The owners had an outside draw at Turfway Park in a maiden 30, but was claimed that day. Shows up for 50 here this afternoon. I think he's just run some sneaky good races, especially in his first couple of starts. Ran against some good horses. I think the outside draw caught up with him more than anything. Alex Achard, good rider. We saw him spring the upset last week with Hear My Song in one of those graded stakes races on opening weekend. That's on a cross traffic. So I'll go to Rivoli and look for a bit of a price, bit of an upset here in race number 2.
Definitely encouraging that they claimed him for $30,000 last out. He finds himself in this $50,000 spot today, but his race is on the dirt. You know, he ran very competitively against Maiden Special Weight Company in Indiana. He definitely fits in this race, Scott. I used him second. 9-1 is a very nice price.
You've got Luis Saez backing you up. You rolled with Luis in the opener, got the win, and looking to sweep the early daily double. He'll be riding Mask Patrol, the 12 horse, who's 7-1. Talking about keeping good competition. Boy, did he ever in the early days of his career.
Yeah, Epicenter, Cyberknife. Those were some of the horses he was facing when he was 3 last year. They gave him some time after February of last year, brought him back in December, and he has not been in very good form. But I will say that his sprint race, he had a little bit of trouble coming out of the gate. That was on the dirt. And then they tried him back on the turf, and he did not like it. Maasai Warrior was a horse that was supposed to run here at Keeneland. He didn't draw in off the AE, but that's a quality allowance type, maybe even grade 3 type of horse. So Mask Patrol, in my opinion, is taking a huge drop in class.
The 8 Talkin' Pharaoh also taking a big drop in class. That's why he's 5-2. He's also 5-2 because he's trained by Wesley Ward, and he ran a big race last April at the age of 2 here at Keeneland, finishing second as one of the favorites that day. Now, his last race was 8 months ago at Saratoga. He faltered in that situation, but drops in class for Randlow Investments. That's Mr. Randy Lowe, the man. He and his wife behind Lady Shipman, that great runner who is the mother of Golden Pal. So they've had quite a bit of success. You can see the midshipman on the dam side of this American Pharaoh gelding, but looking to break through with a maiden win. And Wesley Ward going to Walter Rodriguez, a bug rider, an apprentice rider that he has used quite a bit as of late and had very good success with Walter Rodriguez.
There are a lot of changes with this horse today. Drop in class, has been gelded since his last start, receives Lasix for the first time today. There's so much going on with this horse. And class droppers, we mentioned this time and time again for the Wesley Ward barn. It's a very strong angle, very strong statistic. So this horse is, I think, an obvious contender. It's just his stamina. In the past, Scott, he's been known to show speed and stop, and I always am very leery of horses like that.
And then Collect from Ike, the number 2 horse for Thrash and Pain, the owners of this Hinkle Farms bred colt by Collected for Brad Cox, debuts in a maiden 50, debuting in a maiden claiming event for the Brad Cox barn. It doesn't happen often. 89 is the recent sample size that I've got. 17% success rate in a maiden claiming debut, and he's 5-1 right now with Florent Giroux going to be taking the call.
He posted his last couple of works at Turfway, but I think it's kind of a good sign that he finds himself against Maiden Claiming Company here at Keeneland. We'll have to break well from that inside post position and kind of go on from there, but you know, I honestly was trying to play the board with this horse. 5-1 seems a little chilly for a Brad Furster at any level.
Yeah, he's second choice, co-second choice, along with the number 9 horse that is Northwind for Joe Sharp, who we'll touch on when they come front side here for their warm-ups. 15 minutes to post, race number 2 at Keeneland, start of the early pick 4.
A late scratch in Keeneland's 10th race. Turning to the 10th and final race, scratch the 12, Furious Anger. That's the 10th and final race, scratch the 12, Furious Anger. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maidens with a claiming price of $50,000, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. In this second race, scratch the 4, Bourbon Fever, also scratch 11. With purpose. Post time, 6 minutes away.
Here's a look at St. Elmo warming up for Holly and David Wilson. Michael McCarthy, the conditioner of this Bolt D'Oro colt, he drew post 1 on debut and does it again here today. He did not break well that day. He's going to have to do so if he wants to make an impact on this race with Joao Rosario.
Yeah, he was actually against a pretty good group first time out in that maiden special weight. So this is a pretty significant drop in class. It looks like he's getting a very strong warm-up under Joao Rosario just to get him moving, get some of that nervous energy out, because you're right, Scott, he needs to break well. But he really looks great on the track today, especially at this level of competition.
The 9 is coming down in price. That's Northwind. Promised we'd touch on him here front side. And there's a look at the base on of Shaman Ghost. Another one that wasn't sharp away from the gate. He caught a muddy track that day, so first fast track opportunity for the Joe Sharp trained runner for Highlander Training Center.
He's taking some money right now, and obviously the drop in class is significant. My concern with him, though, in this race, Scott, is that he's by Shaman Ghost. Physically, he's a very big horse, long in the back, long-bodied. Is he going to be okay getting up at this distance of 6 furlongs? Or does he need a little bit more distance later on down the road? Who knows? Maybe he's good enough to pull it off. But to me, physically, it looks like he needs more distance.
Early pick 4 pulled just about $150,000, less than 3 minutes to get those plays in for race 2 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Mask Patrol and Northwind. Talkin' Pharaoh a step quicker. Moves up now. Talkin' Pharaoh puts ahead in front. Insolito goes with him down to the inside. Insolito slides up the rail. Takes the lead by a neck. Talkin' Pharaoh goes second by 2 lengths. Northwind is third. Collect for Mike is fourth. Rivoli fifth in between horses. Mask Patrol sixth. Caught wide to the far turn. 5 lengths off the lead. Little Steven back toward the inside is in seventh. Hay River is eighth. St. Elmo is in ninth. All jokes aside, last of 10. 22.2 the time for the opening quarter. Insolito, Talkin' Pharaoh, 1-2 around the far turn. Talkin' Pharaoh ahead in front now. Insolito is second by 5 more lengths. Rivoli is between horses in third. Mask Patrol moves up from fourth on his outside. Collect for Mike is fifth, 8 lengths off the lead. Talkin' Pharaoh has a narrow lead off the turn. Insolito cuts the corner, fights back to the inside. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Rivoli in third. Rivoli 3 lengths away, 1/8 of a mile to go. Coming to the 16th pole, Insolito has the lead. Insolito a length and a half, 2 lengths to the good from Talkin' Pharaoh in second. Rivoli in third. St. Elmo runs late toward fourth. Insolito on top. Insolito to win it for Orlando Mojica.
Insolito breaking his maiden here today, the Keeneland grad, as he turns away the favorites who came up near him, the number 8 horse. But in the end, Insolito, a nice win, picking up this victory in race number 2 for owner Sean O'Brien and Richard Estvanco.
This is a horse that's just big, and it takes him a long time to get going. So the Connections decided to put him on the lead and just let him lengthen his stride. And that really did make the difference as he gained so much confidence. And turning back the late challenge of the 8, the 3 gets up for the exacta at 4-1. 6-3 across the finish line for race 2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 6 Insolito first, 3 Rivoli was second, 8 Toccanferro third, 1 St. Elmo fourth. 6-3-8-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 6 Insolito, owned by Sean O'Brien, trained by Richard Esbanco, Orlando Mojica, the jockey. Insolito, a 4-year-old gelded son of Connect out of Candy Sioux by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Tom Evans, Marjack Farms, and Ted Forrest. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.71 seconds. Results of Keeneland's second race official: 6-3-8-1. The official results. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. On behalf of Maker's Mark, Rob Samuels, Managing Director, and Valerie Netherton, Director of Sustainability, are presenting a check for $10,000 to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Joining Maker's Mark in the winner's circle, members of the Keeneland Jockey Colony. Maker's Mark and Keeneland would like to thank the PDJF for their efforts to assist disabled riders and improve safety in racing. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. In this third race, scratch the 2 Golden Dagger. Again, scratch the 2 Golden Dagger. Looking ahead to the fourth race, overweight, the 11 Navy Cross, the jockey, 2 pounds over. That's in the fourth race, the 11 Navy Cross, jockey, 2 pounds over. Checking race 5, scratch number 5 Esawera. Scratch the 9 Clever Joke. Also scratch the 14 Venencia, the 15 Be My Sunshine, and the 16 Jenny Lind. That's in race 5. Scratch number 5 Esawera. Also scratch the 9 Clever Joke and scratch 14 Venencia, 15 Be My Sunshine, and 16 Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 13 All-American Beauty will run. Number 13 All-American Beauty draws into the race. Also in that fifth event, jockey change on the 3, Safine. That'll be Luis Saez. Number 3, Safine, the jockey, Luis Saez.
Already to race number 3 here at Keeneland. Starter 50, starter allowance race for 3-year-old fillies, and which have not won a race which have started for a claiming price, rather, of $50,000 or less, and which have not won a race other than maiden or claiming. 6.5 furlongs is going to be the distance for this group. Go ahead and scratch the number 2 horse in here. Field of 9, led by Frigid Lady, the one, the favorite. We'll get to her second up. Mean Sue is my top selection. She gets back on dirt for the first time since her first 2 races. She ran well here at Keeneland. She didn't run bad on the synthetic track up at Turfway Park closing that day, but I think back on dirt into a level like this with Joe Rocco getting the opportunity on the 4 horse, 6-1. I'll take another shot here early in the card at Keeneland.
Yeah, she definitely has the form to be competitive against this group, Scott. Her last race was very good, and she did experience some early trouble. That was the first time with the blinkers on, and she had an inside post that day against a field of 11. So this seems to be a little bit of a smaller field, not too much smaller, I should say, but second time blinkers on will probably help her move forward now that she's coming back to the dirt, a surface that she's won on before in the past.
Frigid Lady, the 1 horse, as mentioned, the 6-5 favorites. Irad Ortiz Jr. riding for Michael Maker and Chasing Dream Stables. This will be the second time that she draws post 1. The other time that she did, she broke slow, which is always a concern when sprinting from post position number 1.
And sometimes turning back in distance can contribute to that, Scott. They just kind of get in the rhythm of going a distance of ground, and sometimes turning back in distance can leave them a little bit slow coming out of the gate. So we'll see if Irad Ortiz Jr. just tries to hustle this filly out of the starting gate. She's not going to be on the lead. She just doesn't have that type of speed, but hopefully he can save ground and go on from there. I just thought she was really good in that starter allowance at Churchill Downs last fall. She'll have to prove she's the same filly off the layoff, but her races have been solid against really good competition at the level.
Chasing After You is the number 6 runner. She's my second selection. The one time that she ran in a reasonable level, she won. She broke her maiden for 30. She was overmatched in her other 3 starts at Turfway on the synthetic. She's reasonably spotted here today. She gets Tyler Gaffleone, and she's by Speightstown. So the move over to the dirt, the first time that she's racing on dirt, could be a big positive for this runner, and she's 15-1 on the tote board right now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the right surface for her coming to the turf or to the dirt today, Scott. The more I look at this race, it just seems to be a very competitive group.
Let's go on to the next one, the number 8 horse that is Key to Success for Michael Puich, coming up from Oaklawn Park. Ran here at Keeneland and broke her maiden here at Keeneland, going 1 mile and a 16th, and she's been going back and forth between route and sprint races as of late.
This is a huge drop in class for this filly. She was 18-1 last time out. I can't believe she was only 18-1 in that really tough allowance race at Oaklawn, stretching out. She ran against a horse by the name of Effortlessly Elegant, who ran in the Grade 1 Ashland last weekend, just to kind of put it in perspective. And then she ran against Wet Paint, who's the current favorite for the Kentucky Oaks and the Martha Washington. I guess, you would hope that she won that starter race, but she did have some trouble in that race. I think in some ways she is the class of the field, and you're getting double-digit odds on her.
Let's go to the outside filly. Tell Me When for Horseshoe Racing, a filly by Midshipman. You want to talk about class relief. She's getting it in a big way. Now, she's eligible for this race because they debuted her in a maiden 50 in June of last year. Nobody claimed her. Thankfully for these connections, she broke her maiden at Churchill in September in a maiden special weight. But her last 2 races were difficult ones. She ran in the Gasparilla at Tampa Bay Downs. She was nearly 40-1 that day. And then in the Fern Creek, she was a big price that afternoon. She ran against Key of Life, Twirled, and Red Carpet Ready, that brilliant filly of Rusty Arnold. So Tell Me When, big class drop. Let's hope that wakes her up here today with this outside post with Luis Saez.
It's kind of funny that she is eligible for this race, but she is because of that debut performance, and she didn't manage to win against Maiden Claiming Company, but she did manage to win a maiden special weight at Churchill Downs. I did not like her last race, but obviously it was followed by a couple months on the shelf, so hopefully she's regrouped since then. And she's one of many in this race. So, Scott, when I was looking at this race initially, you get horses coming from all over the country, and that's what it complicates the matter even more so, because it's really hard to determine class.
Well, that's what you get at Keeneland, whether it's the spring or the fall. It really is a melting pot of various jurisdictions, which makes it such a great product, great handicapping opportunity. Let's go to the 9 finally. Miss Tappy Tone for JD Thoroughbreds. Mach 1 Racing, Chris Hartman bringing this horse up from Fairgrounds. As we've talked about, Chris Hartman had a heck of a winner at Fairgrounds and especially at Oaklawn Park. But you can see why he shows up here. She's eligible in a starter allowance race. She broke her maiden for 50, so why not come here at Keeneland and give it a shot on the cut back in distance as well.
She didn't show up at all last time out, but Mare Latza was the winner of that last race at the Fairgrounds. It's a really nice Brad Cox runner, really nice 3-year-old for Brad Cox, I should say. And this filly, I do think that she'll be just fine turning back in distance. In many ways, I think that the class relief and the turn back will make her tough in this one.
She is 19-1 right now. Quite a tote board. 2 horses taking a majority of the play. The 1 and the 3, 6-5, and 7-2. And then you get up to 6-1 on upwards of 24-1 from there on out. And there are angles to be had on some of these bigger priced horses. A wonderful wagering opportunity coming up here at Keeneland. Less than 14 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Starter allowance, 3-year-old fillies, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 2 Golden Dagger. Number 2 Golden Dagger scratch. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is fast, turf is firm. Post time at 7 minutes.
We're front side for race number 3 now, 6 minutes to post. Margot in a bubble bath at number 3 with Corey Lannery is who we're taking a look at warming up. 7-2, she's the second choice, and she just broke her maiden for 30, maiden 30 at Fairgrounds less than a month ago near the end of that meeting in New Orleans, Louisiana. Now, these new connections led by trainer Don Habib opted to claim her for 30. They got a filly that broke her maiden that day in 111 flat, and she really did grow up from her previous start. So hopefully more of that is what you're going to see from Margot in a bubble bath. She looks nice out there. It's nice to see that Corey Lannery sticks with her. One negative is this barn. Don Habib 0 for his last 20, first off the claim as far as winners are concerned in race number 3. The number 8 horse, Key to Success. She looked nice out there on the cutback in distance with Julian Late Peru, but from a physical standpoint, it looks like a pretty evenly matched group as the tote board continues to tell you that. 3-2, though, on the rail runner. She did perk up when she came out onto the track, Frigid Lady, which is the nice thing, that chestnut filly who won't be hard to find. Frigid Lady, the one with Irad Ortiz Jr. 3-2 on the tote board right now. Less than 4 minutes to post, race number 3 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. Tell Me When comes out for the lead, goes right to the front in the opening strides, chasing after you. Comes away second. Margot in a bubble bath is outrunning in third. It slides down toward the inside. Blame It on Paris toward the outside is in fourth. Moon Magic Chrissy between horses fifth. Frigid Lady is against the rail in sixth, just over 3 lengths off the lead. Mean Sue is in seventh position. Key to Success is in eighth spot. And Miss Tappy Tone, last of the 9, 22.38 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Tell Me When against the rail now, leads it by a length and a half. Margot in a bubble bath is second midway on the far turn, 3/4 of a length. Chasing after you goes in third. Moon Magic Chrissy to the outside fourth. Frigid Lady is against the rail in fifth, still 4 lengths off the lead. And then Blame It on Paris. Key to Success is in some traffic, trying to shift lanes to the outside. 6 from the front. Tell Me When is the leader. Margot in a bubble bath starts to draw alongside. These two go at it for the top spot. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back as they move past the 8th pole to Moon Magic Chrissy. Key to Success, fourth up on the outside. Margot in a bubble bath, the leader. She has it by 2, by 3 at the 16th pole. And then Key to Success, Tell Me When, and Moon Magic Chrissy. Margot in a bubble bath wins it for Corey Lannery. Multiple horse photo to separate second, third, and fourth.
It's the 3 Margot in a bubble bath, getting the victory. That's 2 wins in a row for this daughter of Midnight Storm. First off, the claim for trainer Donald Habib, and she's going to draw away from this group here pretty comfortably in the end. Went off at odds of 9-2 as your second choice here in race 3.
Donnie was telling me before the race that he only keeps a stable of about 3 or 4 horses, so you have to imagine that this is a really important win for him. Any win is important at Keeneland, and I'm sure this is a special day for the connections. Gets into the winner's circle, Margot in a bubble bath, first off the claim for Donald Habib.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 3, Margot in a bubble bath, finished first. 8, Key to Success was second. 5, Moon Magic Chrissy third. 10, Tell Me When was fourth. 3, 8, 5, 10, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's third race official. 3, 8, 5, 10, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's third race, number 3, Margot in a Bubble Bath, owned by Joseph Wider, Michael Thomas, Jeff Allen, owned also by trainer Donald Habib. Corey Lannery, the winning jockey. Margot in a Bubble Bath, a 3-year-old filly by Midnight Storm out of Storm Swept by Stormy Atlantic, bred in Kentucky by Texas Star Farm. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.08 seconds. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast. The turf is firm today. Race 4 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Overweight, the 11 Navy Cross, the jockey 2 pounds over. That's the 11 Navy Cross, the jockey 2 pounds over. Looking ahead to race 5. In that fifth race, scratch number 5, Esowera. Scratch the 9, Clever Joke. Also scratch the 14, Venencia, the 15, Be My Sunshine, and the 16, Jenny Lind. That's in race 5. Scratch number 5, Esowera. Also scratch the 9, Clever Joke. And scratch the 14, Venencia, the 15, Be My Sunshine, and the 16, Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13, All-American Beauty, will run. Also in that fifth race, jockey change. Number 3, Safine, Luis Saez. 3, Safine, Luis Saez. Looking to race 6, no changes in that sixth event.
Race number 4 here at Keeneland up next. Doubles continue to roll, as do pick 3 wagers. 50-cent minimum wager for those pick 3s. We're going to begin with the number 6 horse, Bon Bueno for Joe Sharp. Calumet owned colt by Mineshaft that's 0 for 10 in his career, but he drops in for a tag for the first time. Big drop, maiden special weight to maiden 30, and he's run against some very strong competition over the course of his career. First few races ran into Guntown and Rattle and Roll, eventual Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland Racecourse. Creative Minister is who he was up against back in April of last year in the slop. He's only run twice since the springtime of last year between Churchill and Fairgrounds, but I'm just convinced that he'll run better today based on the drop down in class, and he's 5-2 on the tote board right now for Joe Sharp. Luis Saya is going to be jumping into the saddle.
He clearly needs the drop in class, so finally he gets that opportunity today. They tried the turf, and that didn't work out for him last time out. He is a long-time maiden, Scott, but this is by far the easiest competition that he's ever faced.
And same can be said for Hard Money Muchachos, the number 9, who you've got on top. 6-1 right now on the board for Jeff Hiles. Corey Lannery looking for 2 wins in a row on this afternoon's card.
Yeah, these races at Gulfstream, some of the maiden special weight races, it came up really tough. And the fact that he only lost by a little over 2 lengths in that tough race at Churchill Downs back in last fall, I put him on top. But honestly, Scott, this is a wide open race.
Coach Petro is the number 2 horse. That is the runner for Brad Cox, first time in for a tag. He's 8-5, so class drop being put into play here with Coach Petro, with Florent Giroux going to be riding for the first time. There's just a number of horses in here, Gabby, and he's one of them that they're looking for easier competition. They should find it today, and you have to respect them. And he'll be trying dirt for the first time here today. Also gets Lasix for the first time, does the 2-horse Coach Petro. We'll move on to the number 4 horse, Electromagnetic for Richard Castillo, and Rashawn Blanche, a 10-pound apprentice who gets the opportunity to ride here at Keeneland. So good to see the young rider here this afternoon. This is a barn that sends this one out off of just 1 run so far for this operation. Richard Castillo sent this one postward at Turfway Park, gets back onto dirt. This is a Protonico gelding that started off with Todd Pletcher. So owned by Samayo US Stable, there's ties there to the stallion Protonico, and obviously Protonico is known for being the sire of Medina Spirit, that Grade 1 winner. So Electromagnetic, we'll see if he's got something in the tank here today to compete against this group. He's 27-1, but to show up here at Keeneland Racecourse, obviously a positive for this runner. And then the number 1 horse, Emergency Response for Brett Calhoun. Blinkers go on. He'll drop in class off of just one run at Fairgrounds. That was sprinting, so an inside draw. If he can establish the lead, that could make him a danger in here. He's 11-1 right now. Ray Gutierrez, he's comfortable out on the front end with horses and pacing them. That would be the angle to utilize on this gelding, dropping in for 30. But a tough one to sort through. Challenging handicapping race. Coach Petro is the 9-5 favorite as it stands right now, as we're 17 minutes to post. This is race number 4 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race. Maidens, a $30,000 claiming price. 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Overweight, the 11 Navy Cross. The jockey 2 pounds over. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. Post time at 7 minutes.
The front side for race number 4, maiden $30,000 claimer, mile 16th, first wire finish, short stretch here at Keeneland Racecourse. Emergency Response is who will start with here on the front side. He is currently sitting at 9-1 as he'll stretch out to a route. Mentioned this paddock side. Gabby, I think that Ray's got to just try to hustle him away, get that position, and hope that the short stretch works to his advantage if he can get some forward position going into the first turn.
He should be able to with the blinkers on and the added distance. This horse just looks sharp today, Scott. The blinkers on, I think, have contributed to that sharpness this afternoon, but he looks fit. This seems like a good spot. And he comes out of a maiden special weight that's already produced a winner here at Keeneland. Tim Tao won yesterday. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
He's an Angel, the 3, Rafael Bejarano for Adolfo Macias, a Red Rocks colt. The pedigree says turf, but he's yet to break through in any of his attempts, whether it be turf, dirt, or even tries. He has explored synthetic. He did so in the last few, but nonetheless, we see him against this level of competition. He ran one of the better races of his career in his most recent start. That's at least encouraging when looking at the 3, who is about a middle price right now. He's 10-1 on the tote board.
He did, and now he's taken another step down in class. I just thought this horse was really interesting after looking at him warm up on the track, at least for a big long shot that maybe you can throw into some exotics here.
We're going to look at the number 4 horse, Electromagnetic. Electromagnetic with a 10-pound apprentice in the saddle, Rashawn Blanche. getting a ride here at Keeneland.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention him. I had the opportunity to talk to Rashawn just a moment ago, and he started his career off in Chicago. He got his first North American victory at Hawthorne. He said one of his best friends and mentors is Rocco Bowen, who's had many wins throughout his career as well. And he hails from Barbados. He was born in Barbados and trying to make a career as an apprentice here in North America and here at Keeneland. This is his first ever ride. I know this is a big long shot, but pay attention to him. He seems like a really motivated kid, and he was just joking. Like, you look to your right, you see Frankie Dettori. You look to your left, you see Johnny Velasquez. He is in a deep colony today.
William Buick coming into town to ride
That
modern
too.
games. Yeah, good luck to Rashawn Blanche, his first ride here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's on the number 4 horse, who is 30-1. They're approaching the starting gate for race number 4, less than 2 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. He's an Angel. Emergency response to the inside of that one. Bon Bueno from between horses moving up with Electromagnetic. Emergency response has the lead, though, into the first turn. Coach Petro right alongside in second. Electromagnetic third. Bon Bueno out in the center of the track in the fourth position. He's an Angel. Hugs the rail in fifth around the first turn. Noble Connection between horses sixth. Running 4 lengths off the lead. Close knit seventh down toward the inside. Hard Money Muchachos is in eighth. Texas Ted is in the ninth position. On to the back stretch. Pace is in the 10th spot. Then a gap of 6 more lengths back to the 2 trailers. Navy Cross just outside of Lucky's Lane, whose last 23.61 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Emergency response leading Coach Petro by a neck. That's the battle for the top spot. Another length and a half. Bon Bueno third, midpoint of the back stretch, and trying to take aim on that front pair. He's an Angel is next, fourth down toward the inside. Electromagnetic is fifth up on the outside. Then Noble Connection, close knit, and Hard Money Muchachos. Texas Ted is next on the outside, a good 10 lengths off the lead. It was 48.2, the time for that first half mile. Here is Coach Petro now right alongside of Emergency Response. Bon Bueno tries to join them far outside in third position. He's an Angel, is fourth toward the inside, just over 2 lengths from the front. Hard Money Muchachos is fifth, swinging wide at the quarter pole, still 5 lengths from the lead. Bon Bueno and Coach Petro go at it for the top spot. Top of the short stretch, gap of 3 lengths. He's an Angel is in third. Hard Money Muchachos fourth, out in the center of the track. Bon Bueno puts ahead in front. Coach Petro is still there to the inside. A gap of 2 more lengths then. Back to He's a Angel in third. Hard Money Muchachos is fourth. A 3-way shuffle. He's a Angel running powerfully in deep stretch. He's a Angel. Rafael Bejarano up to win it. Coach Petro was second. Hard Money Muchachos third. Bon Bueno across the line in fourth.
$3,296. He's an Angel, able to capitalize on some horses tiring out in front of him, led by the favorites who looked like he was going to maybe hold on for a bit more. That's Bon Bueno, but he's backing out of there, and here comes the 3 at 14-1 to strike for Adolfo Macias, winning trainer, winning owner, with Rafael Bejarano in the saddle.
Definitely turned things around from the last time that he was at Keeneland. The drop in class helped Rafael Bejarano with that appropriately timed move from off the pace, getting up just in time. 14-1 upset over the 9-5 favorite.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 3, He's a Angel, finished first. 2, Coach Petro was second. 9, Hard Money Muchachos was third. 6, Bon Bueno fourth. 3,296 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 3, He's a Angel. The winner owned and trained by Adolfo Macias. Rafael Bejarano is the jockey. He's an Angel, 4-year-old son of Red Rocks out of English Cat by English Channel, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.4 seconds, and the results of race 4 are now official. 3-2-9-6, the official results. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Keeneland President and CEO Shannon Arvin is joined by Managing Director of Maker's Mark Distillery, Rob Samuels, and Lexart's President and CEO Amy Sweetall to celebrate the culmination of a 3-year partnership to benefit the arts. 2023 marks the final year of the Keeneland Maker's Mark Commemorative Bottle Series featuring the work of artists Sandra Opegard, Andre Potter, and Tyler Robertson, and autographs from leading Keeneland jockeys. Proceeds from these bottle sales have generated $180,000 to meaningful arts projects in Lexington, including the Isaac Murphy Memorial Art Garden and Horsemania. Thank you, Lex Arts, for your continued contributions to our community. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, also start of the pick 6, no carryover. And it begins the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The turf is firm, rail at 0 feet today. Main track is listed fast. A reminder in race 5, scratch number 5, Esowera. Scratch the 9, Clever Joke. Also scratch the 14, Venencia, the 15, Be My Sunshine, and the 16, Jenny Lind. Again, scratch the 5, Esowera. Also scratch the 9, Clever Joke. And scratch the 14, Venencia, 15, Be My Sunshine, and 16, Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 13 will run. 13, All-American Beauty, draws into the race. Also in that 5th event, the jockey for number 3, Safine, Luis Saez. 3, Safine, the jockey, Luis Saez. No changes in the 6th event. Race 7, the FanDuel Limestone, scratch the 12, Dance Macabre. That's in the 7th race, scratch the 12, Dance Macabre. 8th race, scratch number 3, My Destiny. That's the 8th race, scratch number 3, My Destiny. 9th race, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile has no changes. 10th and final race, scratch the 12, Furious Anger. Also scratch 13, Southern Sunset, and 14, Artwell. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch the 12, Furious Anger. Also scratch 13, Southern Sunset, and 14, Artwell.
Race number 5, pivotal point on the card for players out there. This starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9, which includes the Grade 1 feature, the Maker's Mark Mile, race number 9, and that $3 minimum sequence in the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Also, this one begins the Pick 6 on this Friday. So beginning of the Pick 6 starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Challenging starts to both of those sequences. Pretty good race here. Safine is where I landed for Fergus Galvin, as well as Rebecca Hillen and Eddie Keneally. Luis Saez picks the mount on the 3. If you don't have that rider change on the number 3 horse, Safine, it's going to be Luis Saez. This is a horse that was third most recently about 4 months ago down at Churchill Downs, or over at Churchill Downs on that turf course. Broke her maiden at Laurel on good ground, and she's run a big race each time between Kentucky Downs, Laurel, and Churchill. You want to talk about 3 different types of turf courses, Gabby. That's what they threw at this Warfront filly. So I'll lean on her with Saez. Gets Lasix for the first time. Really good price, too. She's 9-1 right now.
She comes back in her 3-year-old debut today, a filly by Warfront out of a Dynaformer mare. I think she will love every single part of the 1 1/8 surface that she gets this afternoon. And I do think that even in defeat, one of her more impressive races was last time out in the fall at Churchill Downs when she lost to Sabalenka. So we'll see if the return to the races is a successful one today for Safine.
Around the Sun, the number 12 horse. We'll talk about the 12 front side, We're going to go to the 1 horse, Mrs. Astor, for Jonathan Thomas and Augustin Stable. This is where you land. She's a filly that has run some solid races, comes off of a maiden score most recently at Gulfstream Park, and we've seen these turf races at Gulfstream translate to Keeneland Spring.
She's been a little unlucky in her first 2 races, and then everything came together for her last time out, and she really showed her talent, Scott. She closed from off of the pace. She did everything very professionally that day. Jose Ortiz pretty much just wrapped up in the end. I think she, just judging by the progression with each and every start, and the fact that she put it all together last time out with a clean trip, just makes me think that she has a lot more to give against First Level Allowance Company at this distance on the turf.
Mademoiselle Jockey for West Point Thoroughbreds, Chris Larson and others, a filly by American Pharoah with Joel Rosario. Could be a pace setter in here. She went wire to wire last out at Gulfstream Park, same distance. So looks to be a threat in that position. And they didn't go all that slow in that Gulfstream Park race. So you got to look out for the number 2 horse trying to set the pace here today at a price of 6-1.
Her last race produced a fast figure respective to the field that she faces today. I would imagine same tactic will be employed today, going to the lead, trying to take them gate to wire. The Gulfstream Park turf course is very fast, it's very firm, and I think she loved every bit of that last time out. We'll see if that kind of translates here to Keeneland. It did take her a couple starts to get that maiden broken. We'll see how she faces winners today for the first time.
Let's go to the 11 horse, 23-1 on Strikingly Spun. When's the last time you saw a horse about to be ridden by Irad Ortiz Jr. at that kind of a price?
And what did I say about my angle yesterday?
Joe Sharp, yep.
Going from dirt to turf. It's a very strong angle, at least on my past performances. It's almost 30% and a huge ROI of almost $3.50. So, it's a successful angle. I've cashed on this angle time and time again. I might not put a win wager on this horse, but I'm definitely going to put some sort of a wager on this horse today.
I'd say the same on the 10 Mally Moo at this price. 12-1, Flavian Pratt, Jack Sisterson, English Channel filly. Jack's had a lot of experience through the years with the Sons and Daughters of English Channel, with his time spent as a private trainer for Calumet Farm, where the Champion English Channel stood for a number of years. And this filly, you want to talk about coming out of some difficult competition. Since arriving from Ireland, she ran in the Wait a While. She faced Cairo Consort in the Swedish Chant, and most recently ran in the Grade 3 Here Comes the Bride. She was 7th in that field behind Papilio, who we saw win last weekend against Graded Stakes Company in the Appalachian, and then Dance Macabre, who was supposed to run today in the Limestone, the FanDuel limestone, but has opted to scratch. So don't ignore the 10 Malamute based on what competition she's held since arriving into the States.
I do wonder what kind of trip she's going to get. In the wait a while, she closed from off of the pace, but that very well could have been her because she was a little green coming out of the starting gate. It was her North American debut. She came back to show speed and be forwardly placed in a somewhat fast pace. And then last time out, she didn't really show up. So that was my question with her. But you're right, Scott. I mean, some of the fields that she comes out of have been very strong.
And then quickly to the 6th, about set for the riders up call over in the paddock. Wonderful Lady. That's the number 6 runner coming into the U.S. for the first time off of 4 races in France.
A Group 3 company last time out at Deauville back in October. She comes in fresh for Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone. This duo has teamed up for a couple of wins so far at the meet. And Brendan Walsh, for what it's worth, he really pops with these horses making their North American debut.
Close to the riders up call starts the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, also starts the Pick 6. It's race 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Spruce Lane Farm, an allowance for 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/8 over the firm turf rail at 0 feet today. Full width of the turf course available. Race 5 coming onto the track with 6 minutes to post. Double, Pick 3, Pick 6, and Keeneland Turf Pick 3 featured here. No carryover for the Pick 6. A reminder, scratch the 5, Esawera. Also scratch the 9, Clever Joke. And scratch the 14, Venencia, the 15, Be My Sunshine, and the 16, Jenny Lind. A reminder, number 13 will run. 13, All-American Beauty, draws into the race. Finally, a reminder about the jockey change for number 3, Safin, Luis Saez. Luis Saez, the jockey for number 3, Safin. Post time in 5 minutes.
Very competitive field coming up next in the 5th race at Keeneland, and we'll start with the 13 All-American Beauty, who draws in off the AE. She's currently at 8-1, and Frankie Dettori will ride for trainer Shug McGahee. I loved the way this filly looked today. I didn't necessarily pick her in my top 3 because I didn't know that she was going to draw into the race when I looked at this race 3 days ago, but I certainly would use her after looking at her on the track today. She has a lot of elegance to her, just a very kind eye. She's behaving so nicely this afternoon too. And she comes out of a very strong race, the Grade 3 Florida Oaks. Prior to that, she broke her maiden at Gulfstream Park, closing from off of the pace. It will be no easy task to work out a trip, especially given her running style with that outermost post position, but I think she could be up to it, especially at the odds of 8-1. Moving towards the inside, the number 10, Malimu. This was a horse that Scott kind of liked at a price. She's 11-1 on the board. She just looks racy. She looks fit. She looks very awake today. I love how she's acting, even more so how she looks, but definitely how she's acting on the track. Sometimes you have to get these horses to warm up a little bit to kind of create that alertness, but just watching her throughout the post parade, she definitely looked like she was focused and ready to run this afternoon. And again, she does come out of very tough races. The Grade 3 Here Comes the Bride last time out, where she faced eventual stakes winner in Papilio. And she looks live today at a big price. The 6, Wonderful Lady, is the last horse we'll talk about trackside. She is making her North American debut for trainer Brendan Walsh, who had a really nice day just the other day. Tyler Gaffleone aboard for the mount today. She is not the biggest filly in the race, that by no means. She's kind of a little bit shorter, short coupled as well, but she is athletic. She is very, very fit. And I like to see her kind of take in her surroundings. She doesn't look like she's overwhelmed by anything. She just looks like she's really well prepared for this North American debut this afternoon. You can kind of see how big Tyler looks in the saddle because she isn't the biggest filly, but she definitely is fit and very athletic. The 6, Wonderful Lady, coming out of the Brendan Walsh barn. We'll see how this race unfolds as the 1, Mrs. Astor, is your current favorite for Jonathan Thomas. She is 7-5 on the board right now.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Spruce Lane Farm. Start of the pick 6, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Mrs. Astor toward the inside. Mademoiselle Jockey now moves by her, and here comes Safine moving up on the outside. Safine, Mademoiselle Jockey to the inside. They contest the early lead as CC Cruise Control is right there with them in the 3rd position. And then Embrace Me travels in 4th. Knock Your Socks Off is 5th. Around the Sun, 6th, caught wide as they move into the first turn. Just a length and a half off the lead, though. And then Mrs. Astor, who is 7th, a lane off the rail. Wonderful Lady right behind her is in 8th. Malimu is 9th. All-American Beauty 10th, and Strikingly Spun 11th and last, 23.47 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Onto the backstretch, Safine against the rail leads it by 3/4 of a length. Embrace Me goes second by a neck, and then Knock Your Socks Off 3rd to the far outside. Mademoiselle Jockey, 4th back toward the inside, 2 lengths from the front. And then Around the Sun, center of the course, is in 5th position. CC Cruise Control is in 6th. Mrs. Astor has changed lanes to the outside. She's now 7th, 4 lengths from the front as they head to the far turn. All-American Beauty moves up 2 spots from 8th down toward the rail, but starts looking for running room from there. 4 from the front, 47.21 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Safine is the leader. Safine leads it by 2 lengths around the turn. Knock Your Socks Off has gone to 2nd. Mademoiselle Jockey is 3rd. Mrs. Astor is 4th and is running 6 lengths off the lead. All-American Beauty is 7 from the front, past the quarter pole. Safine is the leader, leads at 3 lengths. Mrs. Astor trying to come after the leader, coming to the 8th pole. Safine by 3. Mrs. Astor's 2nd. Malimu goes to 3rd. All-American Beauty is in 4th. Strikingly Spun is 5th. Safine has a 4-length lead. Mrs. Astor is in 2nd. All-American Beauty to 3rd. Safine, All-American Beauty coming on at the line. All-American Beauty got there for Frankie Dettori.
What a finish here in race number 5 at 1 1/8. It looked like Safine had done enough out on the front end and established enough of a lead to hold off these fillies, but this is a classy group bearing down on her, and here comes Frankie with All-American Beauty for Shug McGahee, timing it just right.
It didn't look like anybody was going to catch the 3-horse on the front end. I thought she was absolutely home. I was about to applaud you for a very nice pick at 8-1. She tired late, and as you said, a perfectly timed move under Frankie Dettori with the 13 All-American Beauty who draws into the race. Get ready for a flying dismount.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. 13, All-American Beauty was first. 1, Mrs. Astor was second. 3, Safine was third. 10, Malimu finished fourth. 13, 1, 3, 10, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official. 13, 1, 3, 10, the official results. In the winner's circle for race 5, the official winner of the Spruce Lane Farm, 13, All-American Beauty. Owned by Cortland Farms of Donald Adam, trained by Shug McGahee, Frankie DeTore, the winning jockey. All-American Beauty, 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief out of Apologize by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by Mount Brilliant Farm and Ranch LLC. Keeneland September sales graduate gets the 9 furlongs over the firm turf in 1 minute 48.5 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Spruce Lane Farm trophy presentation to the connections of All-American Beauty. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Race 6 on the way, double pick 3, late pick 5. Wagering featured here. 6th race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Main track is listed fast. The turf is firm today. No changes in race 6. Looking to race 7, the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. A reminder, scratch the 12 Dance Macabre. That's the 7th race, scratch the 12 Dance Macabre. 8th race, scratch number 3, My Destiny. That's the 8th race, scratch number 3, My Destiny. Featured 9th race, grade 1, Maker's Mark Mile, has no changes. 10th and final race, scratch the 12 Furious Anger, scratch 13 Southern Sunset, and scratch 14 Artwell. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 12 Furious Anger, scratch 13 Southern Sunset, and scratch 14 Artwell. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5.
Already race number 6 on this gorgeous Friday afternoon here at Keeneland. First level allowance condition. This race will begin the late pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager. 2 stakes races to come. The FanDuel Limestone Stakes, which will be coming up next, race number 7. And then the big one, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, part of that late pick 5 sequence. We'll start the conversation with the number 5 runner, my top play, Inventing for Todd Pletcher, a filly by Union Rag. She's won here at Keeneland in the past, utilizing the short stretch. She showed speed last time out at Gulfstream Park, going a 1-turn mile. 1-turn mile to a 2-turn race. I don't care if it's a mile or a mile and a 16th or 7 furlongs. Just different type of pace, more relaxed because of the turns, and I think that is really going to move this filly forward here today. The number 5 horse, Inventing, who is currently sitting at 2-1, second choice on the board.
For the 1-turn miles, often I think of them more so like a 7 furlong race, especially at Gulfstream Park. You almost have to have that sprinter type speed, but sustain that sprinter type speed, and clearly this filly doesn't really have that. She needs to go 2 turns. She won going a mile and a 16th here at Keeneland, but she also managed to finish second in a race that was a mile and a quarter at Churchill Downs. So this just seems like a much better spot than her last race, Scott. And I don't really think that any horse in here you have to be scared of. I know the one's a heavy favorite, but this just seems like an evenly matched group. And to be honest, I think she's coming out of some solid races.
Distinctly possible the number 1 horse, a Curlin filly. We had a Curlin filly win yesterday in Curl Girl, so this filly looking to follow suit. She's Grade 1 placed here at Keeneland. She was second all the way back in 2021 at Keeneland in the Darley Alcibiades behind Juju's Map. She won her follow-up race to that. That's actually when she broke her maiden, so she was Grade 1 placed as a maiden. But her last couple of starts, I think there are excuses. She ran against a really nice filly, Interstate Daydream, and the Black-Eyed Susan. And then the most recent effort, they gave it a go on turf, and simply just not as effective on turf as we've seen from her in her dirt races.
She has lightly raced as a 4-year-old, Scott. She has a beautiful pedigree by Curlin out of stakes winner Funny Proposition. The only thing with her is that, sometimes we just don't see horses that go from 2 to 3 improve, and sometimes, so it too is the case, going from 3 to 4. To me, she's kind of just been maxing out in the high 70 Beyer speed figure range, and you have to ask yourself, do you think is there another filly that could run a little bit faster than that, and is that her max? To me, I do think so. That's why I picked against her, especially at the price at 6 to 5.
Academic Honor, the number 4 horse, 8-1 on the board. She's grown accustomed to coming off of layoffs, and certainly not as big as a layoff as she's coming into here today versus what she did when she broke her maiden. But nonetheless, drawn to this filly because obviously there's ability there. She took a big step forward when she broke her maiden in February of 2022, and her workouts have been ridiculously fast over at Churchill Downs.
Maybe that's part of the problem. She just doesn't stay put together because she is so fast, at least from her workouts in the morning. She is a very tough horse to figure. Not only did she win her last race, but it was February of last year. It was also on a muddy track that was open. It wasn't even sealed that day. So completely different conditions than what she gets today. There are too many question marks for me to go in that direction, but she wouldn't be here if she wasn't ready. Kenny McPeak, he points for the spring meet, and he'll pull off big upsets. She could be one of them.
She's Keen, the 3. She'd be part of the middle portion of the field to spring an upset. I mean, there's 2 horses getting attention, and then they're all 7, 8-1. That's the prices in here. But she's Keen, a filly that comes off of an all-weather try at Turfway about 2 months back.
I think it's encouraging, though, because I don't think she wants any part of the mile. So getting a little bit more distance today will help her. The fact of the matter is she's just a little bit one pace. She doesn't close. She sometimes isn't fast enough to make the lead, but she showed more speed going the mile last time out in a slow pace. I'm hoping that jockey James Graham just tries to put her on the lead in a race where speed is a bit suspect.
Great sequence coming up. Late pick 5 time here at Keeneland. 12 minutes to post to get those plays in.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Ups and Downs allowance. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 6. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track fast, turf firm. Post time in 7 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the ups and downs, start of the late pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes She's Keen from between horses for the lead. Beachfront Bid is there to her inside, and then Distinctly Possible against the rail. Academic Honor moves up toward the outside as they head down into the first turn. My Town, My Rules out in the center of the track as they enter the turn, and then Inventing, who broke at the back of the pack and is last in between horses, just 3 lengths from the front midway on the first turn. She's Keen, the leader. She's Keen against the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Beachfront Bid moves up in between horses in second by a head. Academic Honor third up on the far outside, a gap of 2 more lengths. Distinctly Possible is in 4th position by just a neck up the back straightaway, and then comes My Town, My Rules. Inventing at the back is nearly 5 lengths from the lead. Headed to the midpoint of the back stretch, She's Keen leads it by a half length. And then Beachfront Bid in second by a half length. Academic Honor stays in the clear, far outside in third, a length and a half off the lead. Distinctly Possible hugs the rail in 4th. Inventing is there between horses in 5th ahead. My Town, My Rules stacks up 6th to her outside as they move on to the final turn. She's Keen continues to lead it, leads at 3/4 of a length. Academic Honor far outside and Beachfront Bid between that pair. Inventing is 4th. She's looking toward the center of the track. They're at the quarter pole. Distinctly Possible hugs the rail in 5th. 3 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 4 more to My Town, My Rules last. Top of the short stretch. She's Keen is the leader. Leads it by a length and a half. Academic Honor in second. Distinctly Possible looks toward the rail from third. Inventing is 4th. Now third up on the outside. Into the final furlong. She's Keen. Distinctly Possible moves to her inside against the rail. Distinctly Possible finds the opening, moves on by for Tyler Gaffalione. Distinctly Possible wins it.
Well, jockey Tyler Gaffalione, he didn't have a lot of options. He was down on the inside. He just had to hope that the door was going to open, and that door opened slightly when She's Keen came off the rail, and this Curlin filly Distinctly Possible took full advantage of it, drawing off and winning easily with just the short stretch to work with.
Yeah, if you backed her, you were worried for most of the races. It looked like she didn't really like that kickback. Didn't look like she was taking a hold of the bridle. But once that small gap opened up between the 3 and the rail, she had enough left to kick on here under Tyler Gaffalione and get the win at 3-5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. 1, distinctly possible first. 3, She's Keen was second. 4, Academic Honor was third. And 5, Inventing was fourth. 1, 3, 4, 5, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for race 6, the ups and downs, the unofficial winner, number 1, Distinctly Possible, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, Gary Finder, Belmar Racing and Breeding LLC, Avito Cucci, owned also by Tim Cambron and Team Hanley, Jay Hanley. Chad Brown, the trainer, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione, and the results are now official. 1, 3, 4, 5, the official results, Distinctly Possible. A 4-year-old filly by Curlin out of Funny Proposition by Medaglia d'Oro, bred in Kentucky by John Oxley. Keeneland September sales graduate gets the 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 145.31. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the ups and downs to the connections of Distinctly Possible. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today is College Scholarship Day, presented by Lane's End. In partnership with Lane's End, 2 lucky students are taking home $10,000 in scholarship money. Congratulations to our winners, Jacob Darty of Bluegrass Community and Technical College and Gabrielle Gill, Midway University. They are accompanied by Lane's End representative Andy Farish-Day, Farm Tour and Hospitality Manager. Also, Kara Heisenbuttle, Senior Director of Operations and Community Relations for Keeneland. And Carrie West, Keeneland's Chief of Staff. Again, congratulations to our winners. Keeneland 7th race upcoming, the 4th running of the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. The turf is listed firm. The temporary rail is down today. Double, pick 3, late pick 4 wagering featured here. Scratch the 12, Dance Macabre. Again, scratch the 12, Dance Macabre. Looking ahead to the 8th race, a reminder in race 8, scratch number 3, My Destiny. That's the 8th race, scratch number 3, My Destiny. 9th race featured Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, has no changes. 10th and final race, scratch the 12 Furious Anger, also the 13 Southern Sunset, and the 14 Artwell. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch 12 Furious Anger, also scratch 13 Southern Sunset, and 14 Artwell.
She's got one. Stakes action coming up here at Keeneland. This is the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. 5.5 furlongs, 4th running of the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. And what a quality field that has been assembled here with these 3-year-old fillies. One of the more wide open races, certainly one of the more wide open stakes races that we've seen this meet here at Keeneland. And I go to the number 6 horse, Just a Care. Just a Care 6-1 right now. This is a filly by Australia, owned in part by Ashbrook Farm and Matthew O'Connor. Rusty Arnold, she got squeezed at the start of that race at Gulfstream Park going 5 furlongs. She gets an extra half furlong to work with here today. And when she got squeezed, Gabby, she ran on and ran a big race in there. She's going to get a setup here today. There are some fast fillies that are going to outrun her early on. I think she can reel them in under Javier Castellano. And the price is phenomenal right now on Just a Care as Rusty Arnold looks for his second win today here at Keeneland Racecourse.
I thought the trouble was significant last time out. When you go back and watch the head-on coming out of the gate, she was bumped from both sides, just sandwiched coming out of the gate. And you can't afford to have anything go wrong in those 5 furlong turf sprints down at Gulfstream. She gets a little bit more real estate to work with today. Hopefully she gets a clean break. I spoke to Rusty earlier today, and he said she's naturally fast. I asked him, does he anticipate her being on the lead because of that natural speed? And he said no, but she won't be too far off of it. So we will see what kind of trip she gets, but obviously big chances here today. I'm surprised that you and I both agree on the same horse considering how wide open this race is.
Sassy Nature drawn post 1 for Luis Mendez coming in from Gulfstream Park. This is actually a California-bred filly that started off her career in Southern California on the dirt. She broke her maiden against California-bred types at Santa Anita in January of this year, going to wire. But boy, has she, she's flourished sprinting. That's the bottom line, dirt or turf. And the question is, I guess, the 5.5 furlongs and the added speed that's going to be in this race. Like we said, there's some quick fillies in here, but she might be the fastest and might have to be the fastest because of post position number 1 coming out of post 1 with Julian Leperoux in the saddle.
I used her because I think the melody of colors, that stakes race that both Just a Care and Sassy Nature come out of, was quite strong, but Sassy Nature definitely had the benefit of a better trick. That's because of her speed. She's naturally fast, and by that virtue alone, she finds herself, avoiding trouble. But today, I agree with you, Scott. She's down on the inside. She's likely going to get pressure to her outside. I think the 4, Accomplished Girl, is probably the fastest of all in here. So she's either going to get pressed today from the rail, or she might find herself in a chasing position.
And Love Reigns the 3. She's the 5-2 favorite right now for Stone Street Stables, the U.S. Navy flag filly that we saw put together a brilliant debut performance here at Keeneland last year, almost a year from today, a couple weeks removed from that. And she followed that up with a good 4th place finish in the Group 2 Queen Mary Stakes at Royal Ascot. She's won a stake at Saratoga later last summer, and then just simply ran into a tough field in the most recent run in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. So she looks as though she could be primed to bounce back here today for Stone Street Stables, especially playing the home game that she is for Wesley Ward.
She looks great, too. Scott, I came down here to the paddock to take a closer look at her fitness levels coming off the layoff. I often joke and say you don't really need to be the fittest. You just have to be the fastest in order to win most of these 5.5 turf sprints. And you also have to be lucky. But she looks incredibly fit off the layoff, well prepared for trainer Wesley Ward, who is having a strong spring meet. If you can forgive her for her last race, yeah, she is the horse to beat.
14 minutes to post. The first of 2 stakes races this Friday starts the late pick 4. Late pick 4 includes the Grade 1 featured Maker's Mark Mile. But first, the FanDuel Limestone Stakes, $250,000 on the line for these 3-year-old fillies getting set to sprint on the firm listed going here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 4th running of the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. 3-year-old fillies at 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Double pick 3, late pick 4. Wagering, scratch the 12. Dance Macabre. Again, scratch the 12. Dance Macabre. 7 minutes to post. Now, the post parade for the FanDuel Limestone, number 1 Sassy Nature, owned by CTR Stables, LLC of Chad Calvert, trained by Luis Mendez, Julian Leperoux, the jockey. 2, My Sweet Affair, owned by R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond A. Hill III, Gatz's Stables of Mike Gatz's, trained by George Weaver, Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. 3, Love Reigns, owned by the Stone Street Stables, LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey, Joel Rosario. 4, Accomplished Girl, owned by Gentry Farms of Anthony Gentry, trained by Safi Joseph, Edgard Zayas is up. 5, Stone Silent, Tala Racing, LLC of Michael Tala, West Point Thoroughbreds, LLC, Terry Findlay, the trainer, John Sadler, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Just a Care, number 6, owned by the Ashbrook Farm of Sandra Bromagin, owned also by Matthew O'Connor. Upland Flats Racing of Patrick Lewis, owned as well by Amy Dunn, trained by Rusty Arnold, Javier Castellano, the jockey. 7, Alluring Angel, owned by Lawrence Goichman, trained by George Abreu, Flavian Pratt to ride. American Apple, number 8, owned by Katie Rich Stables, LLC of Lawrence Doyle, trained by Daniel Leach, Gerardo Corrales is up. 9, Camp Aquila, owned by Joel Politi, trained by Tom Amos, Edgar Morales to ride. 10, Twirled, owned by Scott Dilworth, Randy Andrews, and Susan Andrews, trained by Steve Asmussen, Frankie Dettori, the jockey. 11 is Lady Hollywood, owned by Ammo Racing USA of Kia Jarobchin, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey, John Velasquez. Post time, less than 5 minutes.
Closing in on post time for the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. Alluring Angels, who we're looking at right now, Flavian Pratt for Jorge Abreu and Lawrence Goichman, a Fastnet Rock filly who cuts back in distance. Also should be one attempting to close into this expected hot pace.
Exactly, Scott, and I think that's maybe one of the reasons why you should pay attention to her. She finished second into Dance Macabre, who was supposed to be the favorite in this race just several starts back. She comes in off the layoff, and yeah, it's a question of whether or not she'll be most effective at 5.5 furlongs, or does she want to go a little bit longer? But you wouldn't know that she's coming off of a layoff. She definitely looks fit here this afternoon for the connections. Flavian Pratt aboard. She'll be closing from off the pace. She just has a presence about her. That's why I kind of wanted to focus on her since she's such a big price at 12-1.
Looks like an old player out there as she goes through her warm-ups to start this late pick 4 with the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. Let's go to the number 2 horse. That is My Sweet Affair for George Weaver. 1 for 1 in her career. This is a big step up in competition, but is able to maintain Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle.
Exactly. He was aboard her first time out. She was bet down to favoritism that day, and she was wide throughout. Now, when you're talking about a wide trip going 5 furlongs on the turf, you have to be much the best. Honestly, she could have probably won by more than 2.5 lengths, the margin of victory, first time out. And when you win like that in a tough maiden special weight on the turf, going 5 furlongs, Scott, that's dominating in a 5 furlong turf sprint. So I think she can take a step forward in a big way. 701 on the board. I continue to like her. And when I look at these horses on the track, this race just becomes more and more complicated.
Well, Sassy Nature, the one, has dominated some fields as well. 2 3/4 length win, and then a 2 1/4 length win in those 5 furlong turf sprints. Luis Mendez, her conditioner, who started her off on the West Coast, then she went to Jack Sisterson for those 2 starts, just said to me that the key is she's going to break sharp. It's getting her to relax. And I asked him, how can you get a filly to relax in a race where there's so much speed? He said Julian knows her. He'll be able to do it. Sometimes she's tricky to relax, but this would be a heroic effort if this filly's able to break sharp, switch off for just a second. It's not going to be long where you can switch off and then kick on and try to beat this group, but you've got to respect her with that inside post and inside speed that she has.
And Julian does really well with these types of horses, especially speedy horses, nervous horses. He kind of just puts his hands down on their withers and lets them kind of carry on their own accord. So I think that's very interesting that he was aboard last time out. He's back aboard today. We'll see if she gets that pace pressure. I think she will, and we'll see if she can overcome it at 5-1.
Less than 2 minutes to the post. Next click in the late pick 4 pool, it will be over $300,000. It begins with the FanDuel Limestone Stakes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 4th running of the FanDuel Limestone Stakes, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off in the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. Twirled, Love Reigns, Accomplished Girl, Sassy Nature, all with early speed. Accomplished Girl, Sassy Nature, they come to the front to contest the lead. Twirled will go 3rd. Stone Silent comes out of a crowd of horses, moves up into 4th. Lady Hollywood is a wide 5th. Love Reigns is shuffled back down toward the inside in 6th. Just to Care alongside her is in 7th. American Apple is in 8th. My Sweet Affair in 9th. Camp Aquila 10th. A long way back, another dozen to 15 lengths to Alluring Angel, who had an awkward start opening quarter, 21.49 seconds. Accomplished Girl, the leader, and she leads at a length and a half around the turn. Twirled at the top of the stretch is 2nd by 3. Stone Silent 3rd. Sassy Nature in 4th. Lady Hollywood is 5th. Just to Care is 6th. Love Reigns is still in the 7th position. Accomplished Girl, the leader. Sassy Nature up the inside. Lady Hollywood from the outside. Lady Hollywood is running on. Love Reigns goes to 4th toward the rail. Lady Hollywood alongside of Accomplished Girl. Lady Hollywood and Accomplished Girl. Lady Hollywood has the lead. My Sweet Affair is running late. Love Reigns is running late as well. Love Reigns up the inside to win the FanDuel Limestone for Joel Rosario. 1 minute, 2.45 seconds.
Love Reigns flashing from off the pace, and she had some work to do. She had stopped as well. You see Joel Rosario, he had to gather her up and go down to the inside and regroup. Even here, she's got a lot of work to do, but she's going to kick it in, split some horses, and pick up a second stakes victory for Wesley Ward and Stone Street Stables.
I would love to see a drone shot of this race, because you're right. She was totally blocked the majority of the stretch. Every move she made, she was blocked, but she finally found enough room just in the nick of time to get up on the inside, and I believe it's going to be a Wesley Ward exacta in the FanDuel Limestone.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 3 Love Reigns was first. 11 Lady Hollywood was second. 2 My Sweet Affair third. 8 American Apple fourth. 3-11-2-8 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 3-11-2-8, the official results. In the winner's circle, official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 4th running of the FanDuel Limestone Stakes. Number 3, Love Reigns. Owned by Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Joel Rosario. Love Reigns, a 3-year-old filly by U.S. Navy flag out of Humble and Proud by Pivotal, bred in Ireland by Patrick Grogan. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.45 seconds. In the winner's circle, Mr. Scott Hazelton, representing FanDuel, presents the trophy for the FanDuel limestone to the connections of Love Reigns.
A dramatic victory by Love Reigns in the FanDuel Limestone Stakes here at Keeneland. Wesley Ward, Joel Rosario. She got stopped. You had to gather her up. How quickly did she figure that out and gather herself up to kick on the way that she did?
Yeah, she did. That was very impressive. She really put them together. At some point, I was just following a couple horses. She really came up with a nice mood, and then she put herself together back and then got back, and that was unbelievable.
Well done, Joel.
Thank you.
Wesley, what type of an athlete does it take to do what she just accomplished and pulled off with that treble late in stretch?
She's a special filly. Kind of been waiting for this to come out since her maiden win here. She liked Keeneland. She loved the course when she broke her maiden here a year ago, and we're just real happy it came out. Our plan was with Joel, he's kind of my come from behind guy that I ride on the horses that I like to do that with, which aren't many, but this being one. And he's just a phenomenal rider. He gets him back there, gets him to relax, and he had us a little worried there at the 8th pole, but thank God the seas parted and he came through and he won.
How much better is she now at the age of 3?
Well, today, I'll tell you, that was great. Any 3-year-old filly and a tough sprint. This is the toughest 3-year-old fillies on the grass sprinting in the United States right now. So for her to do that and still overcome all that trouble and still win, she's a good filly.
Back to Royal Ascot, King's Stand, is that on the radar?
We hope so. Barbara did it before with Lady Aurelia, so a 3-year-old filly. So hopefully this filly, she's got big shoes to fill, but hopefully we can do it.
We'd love to see it. Well done, Wesley.
Thank you.
Love Reigns reigning today in the FanDuel Limestone Stakes.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Double wagering also featured here in this 8th race. Scratch 3, My Destiny. Scratch 3, My Destiny. Main track listed fast. Looking ahead to the featured 9th, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile has no changes. Checking the 10th and final race, no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th race, scratch the 12, Furious Anger. Also scratch 13, Southern Sunset, and 14, Artwell. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch 12, Furious Anger. Also scratch 13, Southern Sunset, and 14, Artwell.
The brilliant competition continues here at Keeneland on this Friday. Race number 8, Travel Column, is 8-5 right now, and she's a wonderful mare for Larry Best and his OXO equine. Paulo Lobo bringing this horse off the 6-month layoff. We talked about her at length this morning on Today at Keeneland. She has run into some monsters in her last couple of starts. She is graded stakes place. She's a graded stakes winner. She ran 3rd in the Grade 1 Alcibiades here at Keeneland, Darley Alcibiades, back in 2020. She's now 5, getting set for her 5-year-old debut and going 6.5 furlongs. She might take to this 6.5, 7 furlong distance in this sprint division for the females for 2023. She's one to keep an eye on as we progress forward.
She is. I think that she can run at any distance. It doesn't matter for her, but she might be most effective going 6.5 furlongs or 7. They're having a little complication trying to put the saddle on her. I would imagine they're going to try to bring her out of the stall and saddle her on the walk. But Travel Column, I really like her in this event. She's coming out of some brutal races, like against Nest and Goodnight Olive. The list goes on and on.
Chi-Town Lady, the 9, 9-5, not far off in the favoritism role. The Verrazano filly for Castleton Lions. She sprung the upset in the Grade 1 test stakes at Saratoga last summer, had to withstand a inquiry as well in doing so. She couldn't hang in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, that Grade 1 event, couldn't close that day, but that's her style, at least as of late, for a filly that was so sharp at the age of 2, winning on debut here at Keeneland Racecourse, going wire to wire. She is a sit off the pace and take a run at him. And I don't know if you heard the interview with Wesley Ward following Love Reigns. He said Joel Rosario is his go-to rider for these horses that like to come from off the pace. So when you're seeing Joel in this situation, off the pace is the game plan for the Wesley Ward trainees.
Yeah, and don't take her out of her normal running style. That's what she does. She's a closing sprinter. Joelle is one of the best riders to that can kind of time that move, closing from off the pace. She's never won on a fast track. She won her debut on a good track. She won the Grade 1 test at Saratoga on a good sealed track. But she is a very nice filly, and I think it's really. I prefer the 2, but both of these horses, I don't mind who winds up going off as the favorite. Either of them deserve to be the favorite in a race like this.
The 8 Praise and Honor, 25-1. She's a long shot. She deserves to be. But she's a proven winner. You look at this mare's career record, 6 for 15 lifetime. Most of her wins have come on, well, in fact, all of her wins have come on the synthetic track. But Jonathan Wong, for those not familiar with his operation, one of the best trainers on the West Coast, especially up at Golden Gate Fields. He's starting to gravitate in this direction here to Kentucky. So keep an eye on Jonathan Wong. And you know that you're going to be facing tough competition if you show up in a race like this here at Keeneland, and wouldn't be shocked if she runs a good one at a big price.
Well, no disrespect to the competitors in this field, but Scott, it's the 2 Travel Column and the 9 Chi-Town Lady. Those 2 are the classiest mares or fillies in this field, and beyond that, you have to look for prices to maybe use underneath.
Let's go to the 5-horse Novel Squall for John Ortiz, Randall Family Trust, Violence mare. It's been a bit of time since she's come through with a win, and that was in a 3rd level allowance race here at Keeneland last fall. And if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the runners last fall here at Keeneland that you were all over that afternoon, right?
I think so. And she won. They had a very short price that day, but she won by almost 10 lengths. So I haven't talked to Johnny Ortiz with regard to how he's feeling about this filly running today, but that was a tough race that she was in last time out. We did see Ugiri come back. She didn't run very well, but that was against Goodnight Olive, Pretty Birdie in there. Those are very fast sprinters. I actually think she'll benefit from the added half a furlong and hopefully close a little bit off the pace to hit the board.
Race number 8, less than 12 minutes to post. The precursor to the Grade 1 feature, the Maker's Mark Mile. So this one will begin the final pick 3. The late pick 3 begins here next at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the White Pine, allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. Fillies and mares age 4 and up. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 3, My Destiny. Again, scratch number 3, My Destiny. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time in 7 minutes.
Taking a look at the field for this allowance optional claiming event that could easily be a graded stakes race. The 2 Travel column has competed against graded stakes company several times in the past, grade 1 company to be specific, as she comes into the race off a turn back in distance and first time out of the Paulo Lobo barn for OXO Equine. Now, she definitely has calmed down right now, which I like to see on the racetrack, but they had a really hard time saddling her in the paddock. They had to saddle her on the walk, and then even throughout the post grade, she was on her toes. She looked like she was trying to get after the pony a little bit too. She just seems like she's got a big, bad attitude this afternoon. So we'll see if that's a good sign or a bad sign. She looks very fit off the layoff, and I still like her. Even at 3-2, I know that's a very short price. We'll take a look at some others, including the other horse that's taking some money. That's the 9 Chi-Town Lady. She's a grade 1 winner in her own right. She won the grade 1 test. 2 starts back at 17-1. She is getting a little bit warm on the track. That was one thing that I noticed from her. It's a warm-ish day, but that was one thing. She seems pretty calm despite that, and she seems like she's behaving herself well, but she is getting a little warm on the track, so do take note of that as she is taking some action. And then finally, one other horse, Richebourg, is a horse that I wanted to mention. She just looks really fit today. She looks great this afternoon for trainer Brendan Walsh. Her last race was at 1 mile and 1/16 against Allowance Company at Oaklawn. The blinkers go on, and she turns back in distance. I don't know that she's at the level of the 2 and the 9 in here. She definitely would have to improve in order to do that, or to beat these 2, or maybe those 2 favorites would have to deliver their B or C game. But I can't knock her from a physical perspective. She looks great on the track this afternoon, and she's taking some play at 5-1 with Tyler Gaffleone aboard. It's a great race, and we're 4 minutes out. Race 8 up next.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the White Pine. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Chitara out for the lead. Praise and Honor right there. Travel Column kicks in down toward the inside. Travel Column moves up, has the lead now from Chitara in the second position. Praise and Honor goes third up on the outside. A gap of just over 2 more lengths back to Richebourg, who moves up from between horses, slides down toward the rail. A closer fourth. Secretly Wicked, just off her flank, is in the fifth position. Novel Squall sixth. Be Like Water seventh. And Chi-Town Lady last of the 8. 22.93 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Travel Column leads it by a length. Chitara second, a length and a half as they move midway on the far turn. Praise and Honor goes third up on the outside, a half length. Richebourg is fourth down toward the inside. Break of 3 more lengths to Secretly Wicked. Novel Squall, Chi-Town Lady is next to last and still 8 lengths off the lead. Be Like Water trails just over a quarter mile to go. They're 3 across for the lead. Travel Column to the inside. Chitara between horses. Praise and Honor far outside. Richebourg is 4 lengths away in the fourth position. Chi-Town Lady is still 7 lengths from the front. Praise and Honor moves up on the outside, pokes ahead in front, moving by the 8th pole. Chitara is fighting on to her inside. Travel Column backs up. Chi-Town Lady is still fourth. Praise and Honor short lead. Chitara second, 16th pole. Praise and Honor leads to the neck. And still Chitara. And then Chi-Town Lady and Be Like Water at the line. Photo for the win. It'll either be Praise and Honor or Chitara for the top spot in 117.74.
One of the tightest finishes that we've had so far this week at Keeneland Racecourse. Praise and Honor and Chitara, they're hooking up. They have put away the favorite. She is backing up down on the inside. Travel Column, and it's Praise and Honor on the outside. The 7, Chitara battling back even though she had been headed. What a finish between these two fillies.
Taking a closer look at the finish line, and it is an awkward angle, but it kind of looks like the momentum goes to the number 8, Praise and Honor. Whoever winds up winning this race is going to be a big long shot, especially the 8, Praise and Honor, 48-1 versus the 7, Chitara, at 13-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. In the photo for the win, number 8, Praise and Honor first. 7, Chitara second. 9, Chi-Town Lady third. 1, Be Like Water fourth. 8791 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 8791, the official results. Upset winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the White Pine, number 8, Praise and Honor, owned by Tommytown Thoroughbreds LLC of Tommy Stoll, trained by Jonathan Wong, the jockey Joe Rocco Jr. Praise and Honor, 6-year-old mare by Honor Code out of Going to Cacaro by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by Prefney Farm. 117.74 the time for the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track for this Keeneland September sales graduate. In the winner's circle, the White Pine Trophy presentation to the connections of Praise and Honor. Keeneland's featured 9th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles, 35th running of the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. The turf is listed firm. Temporary rail is down today. There are no changes in race 9. 10th and final race, scratch the 12, Furious Anger. Also scratch 13, Southern Sunset, and 14, Artwell. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch the 12, Furious Anger. Also scratch 13, Southern Sunset, and 14, Artwell.
Time for the featured event, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, race number 9 on the card, less than 18 minutes to post, and 1-5 on Modern Games. The 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, 3-time Grade 1 winner in North America, won the Woodbine Mile last year before winning the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile right here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's 1-5 on the board, and the Godolphin team is here. Charlie Appleby here with his Dubawi Colt for Godolphin homebred, and as we talked about this morning on Today at Keeneland, Gabby, he's just simply one of the best horses in the world. There is no question about it. Wouldn't be shocked to see him win this race and go on to the Group 1 Queen Anne on opening day of Royal Ascot in June. He's got red headgear on. Now, if memory serves correctly, this will be headgear that he wears up until they reach the starting gate, in which they will then take it off of him. That's normally the designation over in Europe when they have that red headgear. No blinkers, just earmuffs to keep him calm, but he looks great, as he did when he arrived here back in the fall for the Breeders' Cup.
Exactly, Scott. In the States, some trainers do use this piece of equipment. Some use earplugs, and sometimes they remove them by the time they get to the starting gate. So I anticipate that's what's going to happen with Modern Games. But look, his races in North America, whether it be the Woodbine Mile or the Breeders' Cup Mile, were sensational. I still think his Woodbine Mile was one of the best races I've seen in modern history. It was sensational. He's dominating. He's dominating in this division. That's why we have these year-end championships, to see who is the best in this division. And he is that. And he's not, this is a very nice field, but Scott, he is that proven commodity in this field. Whereas there are some other horses in here, although talented, they still have a lot to prove. So there's a huge discrepancy in class at this point in time. But we will see. I mean, he's a horse that it closes from off the pace. Sometimes they find themselves in trouble. It's going to take a lot to beat this horse, though. He's the class.
There's only one horse that's a single-digit price, as we're 16 minutes to post outside of Modern Games. It's the 2-horse Up to the Mark. Not Emmanuel, as many thought would be. It's this progressive colt by Not This Time, who has just really flourished since moving over to the turf course. He was dominant in his 2 runs at Gulfstream Park on the grass. This is clearly a massive step up in class, but he looks like a Grade 1 type. Now, is he ready to tackle a Modern Games? It's tough to say that really anybody would be when they're facing stakes company for the first time, but you just never know until they try it. And you've got to give respect to Rapoli Stable and St. Elias Stable, Vinny Viola, Mike Rapoli, for taking their shot here today, led by Todd Pletcher.
Absolutely. You have to be in the race. You have to take a shot. And after today, this horse could be a Grade 1 winner, or he could be Grade 1 placed. Either is not bad. When you look at his races, he has that slingshot type of move from off of the pace, similar to Modern Games, in fact. And I love these types of horses at the mile. He won at a mile and a 16th last time out, but I think that kick becomes even more potent at a mile, that turn of foot. He is an up-and-comer. He beat big fields in those turf races, but there's no doubt about it, Scott. This is the toughest test to date.
Speaking Scout is a Grade 1 winner. He's the one. His Grade 1 came at the age of 3, facing straight 3-year-olds, unlike Modern Games, who was a dominant force against older horses at the age of 3. He's 17-1. He has to be respected, and he's a horse that has won here at Keeneland. He picked up an allowance victory in April of last year.
Speaking Scout started to improve late in the season last year, and I always love that trajectory for a horse returning in their 4-year-old season. He won the Hollywood Derby. He came back in January as a 4-year-old to go against 4 and up company. So last year he obviously was just competing against his fellow 3-year-olds, but I thought that was a huge performance by him last time out, closing to finish 3rd in the Pegasus World Cup Turf Invitational at 24-1, and I think that's just a good stepping stone for him here today. Now, my concern with him is the distance. I don't know if he's going to be best at a mile or a little bit longer, but he looks great in the paddock today.
It's not normal to talk about a Grade 1 at this type of distance, about the mile at Keeneland, and talk about Chad Brown with a horse that's really, to so far not on par with the favorites, and that's the case with Dr. Zemp. He's a nice horse. He did what he had to do in that allowance win last time out, but this is a big step up. But to be fair, he did run against top-level European competition. Again, not to the likes of Modern Games, but he was in the Railway Stakes at the Curragh back in 2021 behind Go Bears Go. He ran against Kinross in the York Stakes at the end of the summer last year. So Dr. Zemp, he has something to prove as well, but it's Chad Brown. You trust the process for Chad Brown when he comes into grade ones here at Keeneland.
Well, and even his previous connections, they had confidence enough in him to face a Group 1 company multiple times, and his stateside debut was very impressive. Tyler Gaffleone was aboard that day, and even he said how impressive it was. He found himself behind a very fast pace and closed from off that fast pace. I don't know what the pace will be today, but I don't think this horse will maybe have to make up that much ground. When we're talking about horses like Modern Games and even Up to the Mark, I think those are the two horses that might be trailing, and this horse might be able to find a spot mid-pack.
Emmanuel was the second choice on the morning line, not the case as we approach post time. He's 10-1. Another one for Pletcher, this one for Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm. He's been good in his last two. Much like many of these, he did what he had to do against the types that he was asked to run against, but a huge step up in class for the son of More Than Ready, the Keeneland grad, who had a productive year last year. He was the winner of the Pennine Ridge. He couldn't hang with Nation's Pride in the Saratoga Derby. So we'll see how Emmanuel handles this trip over here to Keeneland.
Yeah, today will be the day that he proves his worthiness at a grade 1 on the turf, Scott. He's been very good against grade 3 type of competition. He's tried grade 1 company before in the past. It didn't work out for him that day. So now they're circling back and trying grade 1 company once again. I'm with you. I'm on the fence. I think there's a big gap that Emmanuel has to improve upon in order to even be competitive against a horse like Modern Games.
Modern Games, make sure you get your eyes on this superstar of racing. He has made the most of his opportunities here in North America. William Buick just getting the leg up in the Godolphin Blue. He has that red headgear on. He's on his toes down here in the paddock, seeking another grade 1 in North America and another grade 1 here at Keeneland, this time in the Maker's Mark Mile.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 9th race, 35th running of the Maker's Mark Mile Grade 1. 4-year-olds and up at a mile over the firm turf today. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 9. Post time at just 8 minutes. The post parade for the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Number 1, Speaking Scout, owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, trained by Graham Motion, jockey Luis Saez. 2, Up to the Mark, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli. St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola, trained by Todd Pletcher. Irad Ortiz Jr. 3, Chez Pierre, races for Lale Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Arnaud Delacour, Flavian Pratt to ride. Emmanuel, number 4, owned by the Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout. Sienna Farm LLC of Anthony Manganero, trained by Todd Pletcher. Jockey, Javier Castellano. 5, Dr. Zemph, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown. Tyler Gaffalione to ride. 6, In Love, owned by Bon Chance Farm LLC of Alberto Figueredo, owned by Stud RDI LLC of Paulo Fernando Carvalho de Oliveira. The trainer, Paulo Lobo. The jockey, Vince Chaminade. 7, Modern Games, owned by Godolphin LLC, Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby. Jockey, William Buick. 8, Cabo Spirit, owned by Kretz Racing LLC of Rustin Kretz, trained by George Papapadromo. Umberto Rispoli is the jockey. 6 minutes to post on the Maker's Mark Mile.
There is a look at Modern Games. They have now taken that red hood off of the Dual Breeders' Cup winner as he sits at 2-5. And Gabby, we have had the great luxury and the pleasure and honor of being here multiple times and witnessing some phenomenal racehorses show up at Keeneland, whether it be during Breeders' Cup cards or the spring or the fall meet. And you get that sense when you're around them. And watching him down in the paddock, that's the sense that you got. The way that he acted, the way that he's held himself, and now the way that he's presenting himself to the fans as he comes past the tote board en route to his warm-up and this test in the Maker's Mark Mile.
I mean, look at him. Just take him in. Just watch him on the screen and take this horse in. He's a thing to behold, that's for sure. And right now he's warming up on the track. He's just prancing around. His ears are kind of flicking back and forth because of the crowd. It is a massive crowd. I would say it's a bigger crowd than what we had on opening weekend either day. And he's just kind of taking it all in stride. And look at the condition that he's holding. I mean, this is a horse, I know he's coming off a layoff, but he has been around the world and always looked good, always held on to that condition.
He looks phenomenal out here as we continue to look at him here on the racetrack warming up. Let's go to Emmanuel, the number 4 horse. That is the son of More Than Ready, as we'll get to in a second. There is a look at the Peter Brandt Silks Dr. Zemph, the Dark Angel gelding with Tyler Gaffalione. He's kept high-class competition, as we talked about, overseas, and once again does it here in the United States for his second start stateside.
He got a good warm-up in, and that's good because, like I said, it's crowded. Some of these horses are reacting to the crowd today. I love how this horse looks, though. He just looks like he's in top fitness. He's just presenting himself in a very professional manner this afternoon, Scott. From appearances, the 7 Modern Games definitely takes the cake, but this horse looks awesome on the track.
Cabo Spirit is the 8 for Kretz Racing and George Papapadromo. Here's a horse that was recently 3rd in the Grade 1 Frank Kilroe Mile on Big Cap Day, Santa Anita Handicap Day at the beginning of March. So about a month and a week or so since that run. And it sounds like from George Papapadromo that they should be out in front of Modern Games. He understands the test that he has. I asked him how this horse has handled shipping from Southern California because it's been so cold this winter in Southern California, and even now with the raining over the last couple of days, how he's made the move out to the warmer temperatures of Kentucky, which is ironic to say when it comes to West Coast versus the Midwest this time of the year. And he said he's handled it fine. He's a big price. He knows what he's up against here today in facing Modern Games, but you've got to take your opportunities when you got a horse like this, as Cabo Spirit is a big price. What a treat. The Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile coming up in less than 3 minutes as these horses warm up on the far turn and heading back in this direction before they cross over to the turf course. Modern Games 2-5, seeking a second Grade 1 here at Keeneland, this time in the Maker's Mark Mile.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 35th running of the Maker's Mark Mile, Grade 1. They are at the post. And they're off in the Maker's Mark Mile. There goes Chez Pierre along with Dr. Zempf. Dr. Zempf now takes a narrow lead from Chez Pierre. Cabo Spirit is there up on the outside in third as they head down into the first turn. Dr. Zempf from the outside, Chez Pierre toward the rail. These two go at it for the lead, stride for stride, around the first turn. Cabo Spirit settles off them into third as they race around the turn. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Modern Games, who's fourth up on the outside. Up to the mark, his fifth right to his inside. In Love is in sixth. Speaking Scout is seventh. Emmanuel last of the 8. Opening quarter, 23.67 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Chez Pierre leads it. Chez Pierre leads it 3/4 of a length. Dr. Zempf now starts to draw alongside again. In fact, puts ahead in front. Gap of 2 more lengths to Cabo Spirit in third. Gap of 5 more to Modern Games in fourth. Another margin of 2 lengths back to Up to the Mark, joined by In Love. Speaking Scout to the inside. Emmanuel last. 47.66 seconds. The time for the first half mile. Dr. Zempf has cleared with the lead to the far turn and leads it by 2 lengths. Chez Pierre Pierre tries to pick up the chase, switches off the rail, comes after the leader now to the top of the stretch. Then a gap of 3 to Cabo Spirit and a margin of 7 more. Back to Modern Games, who's a distant fourth. The leaders are past the quarter pole. Chez Pierre ranges up on the outside, takes a narrow lead from Dr. Zemph in second. 3 more lengths. Cabo Spirit is in third. Another 5 lengths back to Modern Games, up to the mark. Chez Pierre has the lead out to 6 lengths in deep stretch. Modern Games and up to the mark are running on second and third. No catching. Chez Pierre, Flavien Prat to win the Maker's Mark Mile. 1 minute, 33.46 seconds. That is a stakes record.
Chez Pierre with an impressive performance here to set a new stakes mark in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. They had the jump on Modern Games. That ended up being the key as they came around the turn, and Flavien Prat able to take full advantage of it as he defeats the multiple Grade 1 winner on the square.
This is why you run your horses. This horse was 9-1 with a 2-5 shot in here in Modern Games, the champion from last year, but you have to be in it to win it. And Chez Pierre, with a brilliant performance this afternoon under Flavien Prat, gets the win, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile at 9-1.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 3, Chez Pierre first. Number 7, Modern Games was second. Number 2, Up to the Mark third. Number 8, Cabo Spirit fourth. 3-7-2-8 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's ninth race official. 3-7-2-8, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured ninth race, 35th running of the Maker's Mark Mile, Grade 1. Number 3, Chez Pierre. Owned by Lale Stables of Roy Jackson. Trained by Arnaud Delacour, Flavien Prat, the winning jockey. Chez Pierre, 5-year-old gelded son of Maymus out of Hortensia by Orpin, bred in France by SCEA des Prairies and Écurie des Castillons. 1 mile over the turf, listed firm today, stakes record time, 1 minute 33.46 seconds. Trophy presentation upcoming. Now the trophy presentation for the Maker's Mark Mile. Rob Samuels, Maker's Mark Managing Director and 8th generation distiller. Joined by Valerie Netherton, Maker's Mark Director of Sustainability, and Travis Adams of Trifecta Design Studio, designer of this year's Maker's Mark Mile Commemorative Artist Trophy. They present to the connections of Chez Pierre.
Chez Pierre springing the upset in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, led by Arnaud Delacour, his conditioner, Flavien Prat, who was aboard for the ride. What was the key to holding off Modern Games?
He broke rail. We thought with Arnaud that we could find ourselves on the lead, which it happened, but it wasn't really comfortable. He was looking around, and when that horse down the backside made a move, it actually helped me a lot because I had a target, and then he was able to settle down and getting a good rhythm. And I'm turning for home, I tip him out, and he really accelerates well.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Arnaud, in his last race, beaten 4 lengths to Emmanuel Tampa Bay Downs Grade 3 company. How was he able to make this big leap to Grade 1 company and run the way that he did here at Keeneland?
Well, he was way more relaxed today. He was probably a little too fresh, coming back. As I said, he needed the race, and he was too aggressive, did too much, was pulling. And he had a good blow after the race. So I think that he moved forward physically just because of his fitness.
How do you keep him going? We're early part of the year. How do you keeping him going into a summer and fall campaign?
But I think that now that he's running, the most difficult part has been done, so we're just going to do maintenance breeze and map out a summer with him. Obviously, it seems that he likes the firm turf. Today was perfect to his liking. So we'll try to spot him in races, on firm turf.
Lastly, when did you know you had this caliber of a horse?
When he ran last year at Laurel Park, and he ran a pretty big number, showed great acceleration, and we thought that it'll be probably major.
He is major. Well done, Arnaud.
Thank you.
Chez Pierre picking up a very impressive win today in the Grade 1 featured Maker's Mark Mile.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Main track is listed fast. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Race 10 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 12, Furious Anger. Also scratch 13, Southern Sunset. And scratch 14, Artwell.
10th and final at Keeneland. They are just about saddled up and ready for their next move here in the Keeneland paddock, and that'll be to the riders up portion of this enormous paddock here in Lexington, Kentucky. The 8 horse at 5-2, that is Bourbon Resolve. Ran into 2 good horses in his debut, and then that second start, he ran into Mage. He ran into Shesterkin on debut on the 31st of December, and Mage last time out. Mage would come out of there and a couple of starts later finish second in the Grade 1 Florida Derby behind what will be the favorite for the Kentucky Derby, Forte. So Bourbon Resolve, some class relief here, one would think, and 2 turns might not be a bad thing. He's by hard spun out of a touch gold first stand.
The big question for him is, the 2 turns, but he has those 2 sprint races under the belt in order to be at peak fitness to try this distance. And I like the fact that those 2 races were at 7 furlongs, and he did get a lot out of it. I mean, look at the improvement from his first to second start. I think onwards and upwards for this son of hard spun.
Shibwe, owned by Windstar Farm and Commonwealth Racing. Todd Pletcher sending this one out with Irad, getting the chance to ride him for the first time. Jose Ortiz rode him at Gulfstream in that most recent start. Think back to last fall here at Keeneland. He faced off against Extra Anejo, one of the more impressive maiden specialweight winners we had all of last year at Keeneland. That's a Winchell Thoroughbreds colt that we all thought we'd see on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Unfortunately, things have not panned out for him, but keep an eye on Extra Anejo whenever he does surface yet again. But he's had a couple of runs, Shibwe, at Gulfstream this year, a second and a third, neither of which did he play the favorites role. But all kidding aside, Gabby, I think a lot of this money has to do with the name. There are a lot of UK Big Blue Nation fans here in Lexington at Keeneland Racecourse and in the nearby areas that will play a horse named Shibwe for their star basketball player over the UK.
Especially considering the fact that it is college scholarship day here at Keeneland Racecourse. A lot of people putting their money on the 10 because of his name. I agree with you. The reason, though, that I kind of went against him is that it's good to be on or near the lead on the main track at Gulfstream Park. And in my opinion, if he couldn't get it done in the last 2 races with perfect trips, I don't want him at a short price today. Can he win? Absolutely. Is he going to run well? Probably. But you always have to factor that in, especially at the price.
Godolphin looking for some redemption late in the card after Modern Games failed to capitalize in his favorites position in the Maker's Mark Mile. They send out St. John's, a colt by Hard Spun, Godolphin homebred. Talk about tough competition. He ran into Bishop's Bay on debut, and then First Mission, a horse that I think has a live chance tomorrow in the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. We'll obviously touch more on that tomorrow on Today at Keeneland. But St. John's, this is a fabulous price on a colt that would not be a shocker based on his improvement second time out going around a ground.
Exactly, Scott, and he looked like he definitely improved getting out of distance last time out at a mile and a 16th at the fairgrounds. First Mission just seems like a really nice horse for trainer Brad Cox, both of them, Bishop's Bay and First Mission. I think 5-1 on the board for this horse right now is a very fair price.
Pursuit of Power, the 3, Joel, riding for Steve Asmussen, Don Adam. He sends this one out via his Cortland Farms banner, a colt by Gunrunner that was acquired here at the Keeneland September sale in 2021 for $875,000. He debuted at the fairgrounds, and he's getting some attention today. He was somewhat ignored in the wagering in his debut, nearly 9-1 that day, but he's 5-1 on the board right now. This is the 3, Pursuit of Power.
And he, too, comes out of that First Mission race, so we'll see if it, in turn, becomes productive. And I think you can glean a little bit of information from this race if you are backing First Mission tomorrow in the Lexington. But Pursuit of Power, I like him in his second start today. I think he'll just get the good setup, stalking stalking or closing from an inside post position. They paid a lot of money for this attractive son of Gunrunner. The dam was unraced. The second dam, Broadway Alibi, she was a Grade 2 winner. And so there is a nice pedigree on the bottom side, and I think he's just a very attractive horse, hence the high purchase price at the Keeneland September sale. So we'll see what he's made of today, but I think he could take a big step forward.
We are just moments away from the Riders Up call for the 10th and final here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Poplar Grove, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds going 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 12, Furious Anger. Also scratch 13, Southern Sunset. And scratch 14, Artwell. Post time, 5 minutes.
Field is warming up for the last race of this Friday afternoon, and the 7 St. John's is a horse we're taking a closer look at for trainer Brendan Walsh. He made a big improvement from his first to second start. He wound up finishing second to first mission, a very nice Brad Cox runner in his second start. I think he can take another step forward. Just looking at these horses on the track, this horse has a presence about him, gorgeous looking individual. He is very aggressive on the track right now. I think jockey James Graham just wanted to get a good warm-up in him, and he took another hold of the bit, and it's going to be a little bit tough to pull up, but I have faith in jockey James Graham that he can get this horse pulled up in the pre-race warm-ups. He looks great, though, and he's lively. I just think in some ways, he's the horse to beat. I like him more and more after seeing him on the track. Now, to talk about a big long shot, the 5 Earl of Dassel is a horse that I think is getting pretty ignored on the tote board. When you look at his past performances, his second career race, he almost broke his maiden at the fairgrounds, and he went against the likes of Baseline Beater. Baseline Beater would go on to run in the Louisiana Derby, and he's going to be competing in the Lexington tomorrow afternoon as well. So that was a very good maiden special weight. Then he would come back to not really show up in that first mission St. John's race, but he didn't get out of the gate very well, and it was a fast pace. Just don't think anything really went his way that day. Can he win? He can, but I just think he's a horse that you might want to throw in underneath on some tickets. I think this is a very, very tough field, but we keep talking about that first mission race. Several horses are coming out of it. He's one of them, and he's getting totally ignored on the board at 37-1. Competitive group for today's nightcap. We're 2 minutes out. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Poplar Grove. Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 10th race. Scratch number 9, Jor-El. Late scratch, scratch number 9, Jor-El. Scratched on the advice of the veterinarian. Windows remain open. Once again, horses approaching the starting gate for race 10. Moving into line. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Bourbon Resolve toward the center of the track. Mr. McGregor a step quicker to the inside along with Pursuit of Power. Mr. McGregor moves up, has the lead. Pursuit of Power goes second. Bourbon Resolve is third, caught toward the outside. Shebway, 4 wide and fourth into the first turn. It is followed by Fightin' Ready. Scoots up, gains a position, saving ground into fourth along the rail. Gap of 2 more lengths. I'm a Modest Man is in sixth down toward the inside. Luna Vieja alongside that one is in seventh. Break of 5 more lengths back to Earl of Dassel, who travels in eighth position. It is followed by St. John's in ninth and Madden 10th alongside of him. The opening quarter went in 23.58 seconds. Up the back stretch, Mr. McGregor to the inside leads it by a neck. Pursuit of Power second toward the outside by a length. Bourbon Resolve stays toward the far outside in third, a length off the front pair, and is third by a half length. Followed by Fightin' Ready, fourth down toward the inside. Shebway, fifth on the outside, 3 lengths from the front. I'm a Modest Man, sixth between horses. Followed by Earl of Dassel, Luna Vieja, then St. John's, and Madden is last. The first half mile in 48.88 seconds. On to the far turn, Mr. McGregor leads it by just a neck. Pursuit of Power second between horses, and Bourbon Resolve less than a length off the front pair third. Shebway swinging 4 wide from fourth as they come toward the quarter pole within a length and a half of the lead. Shebway to the center of the track. Mr. McGregor still leads it toward the rail, though Bourbon Resolve needs to find more as they move off the far turn, and Pursuit of Power fights on in between horses but has lost some ground to the top of the stretch. Bourbon Resolve alongside Mr. McGregor battling for the lead. Shebway tries to pick them up from third on the outside in the short stretch here. Mr. McGregor has the lead. Bourbon Resolve is alongside Mr. McGregor. Bourbon Resolve is there. Bourbon Resolve to win it from Mr. McGregor second. Shebway across the line in third. Pursuit of Power fourth. Luna Vieja fifth.
Certainly was no cinch as they turned for home, given the lack of pace in this race and the first wire finish. But Bourbon Resolve showing resolve in this victory, as the one was part of that slowish pace. Mr. McGregor, he hangs in there, but ultimately the 8, Bourbon Resolve, wears him down with Tyler Gaffalione.
It took a lot of strength by Tyler Gaffalione and a lot of heart by Bourbon Resolve to get past the one. Mr. McGregor down on the inside, taking another low angle look at this stretch run. He finally gets up in the nick of time at 2-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race: number 8, Bourbon Resolve, was first. Number 1, Mr. McGregor, second. The 10, Shibwe, was third. Number 3, Pursuit of Power, was fourth. The 11, Luna Vieja, fifth. 8, 110, 311, unofficial. In the winner's circle, unofficial winner of race 10, the Poplar Grove, number 8, Bourbon Resolve, owned by the Bourbon Lane Stable of Jamie Hill and Mike McMahon, owned also by 6 Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens, trained by Ian Wilkes. The jockey, Tyler Gaffalione, with his second winner on the card. Bourbon Resolve, a 3-year-old son of Hard Spun, out of All Metal by Touch Gold, bred in Kentucky by Hyung Jim. Keeneland September sales graduate, Bourbon Resolve, 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.93 seconds. Results of race 10 official. 8, 110, 311, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Poplar Grove to the connections of Bourbon Resolve. Pick 6 today pays on a consolation 5 of 6. There will be a carryover for tomorrow's card. Live racing resumes here tomorrow afternoon. No carryover for tomorrow for the Toyota Super High 5 as this Friday program comes to a close. Again, that pick 6, a consolation 5 of 6, a carryover $93,612 for the pick 6. When racing resumes here tomorrow, late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, we bid you good evening. This reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. Thank you.